Hello and welcome back to the CSS class. My dear friend, the discussion was about advanced selectors in CSS. And out of the variety of advanced selectors available to you, we had discussed about the child selectors in great detail, also about the sibling selectors, and now it's time for us to discuss about attribute selectors in CSS. Now when you speak about attribute selectors, I can further categorize attribute selectors into three different categories. The first category I would like to call it as simple attribute selector. The second I would like to call it as attribute selector, which will select based on exact value. The third is an attribute selector which is going to select based on a partial value of an attribute. Now what do we mean by these things is what you must be thinking. First of all, for those of you who don't remember what is meant by an attribute, let me tell you. In HTML, we have different tags or elements, right? Such as the image tag, the anchor tag, the input tag. Like this we have different tags or elements. Further, if in case you recollect, each and every element or tag used to have additional information present inside it in the form of attributes. Such as the image tag would have an attribute such as source, alt, height, width. Your input tag would further have attributes such as your type, name, placeholder. Your anchor tag would further have attributes such as href. I hope you guys recollect all of this, right? Now, all this while, how was CSS selecting an element to style? Based on the element, based on its class, based on its ID, based on whether the relationship between two elements is that of direct child, whether it is that of a sibling. There were different types of relationships based on which we were selecting. But now I want CSS to go into my HTML document and select a particular element based on an attribute which it has and a value of the attribute which it possesses. And if selection is based on this criteria, then we have to make use of attribute selectors. Now how will we be using attribute selectors in action? If you ask me, it's very simple. Now to give you an example of how attribute selectors work in real time, let me take you to my HTML editor. As you can see here, I have a skeletal structure of an HTML document ready. Now what you must understand is, in the same folder inside which I have index.html, I have a few image files. Now these image files I would like to embed it into my HTML document. Now how do we do that? Simple. For that there is a tag called as the img tag or image tag. So the moment I tell image like this and I press enter, you can see automatically one attribute is expected, which is the source of the image which you have to put. And basically you have to give the names of the images that you want to put and their location, but because it is inside the same folder, I need not tell the complete path. I can just speak about the relative path, right? So watch it. There I will just tell, first is I will tell java1.png like this. After which the next image which I want is, so I will just tell image, and next I will tell c++1.png. And of course the next image I want is JavaScript, so I will tell image, and you can see the name is js1.jpg. And the last one is Python, so I will just tell python1.png like this. If in case I do this much and if in case I save it, now the thing is you have to see the output. So let us go see how these images appear. So if in case this is my Chrome browser, if I just go and refresh the page, as you can see, this is how it comes. Now the way it has come is one beside the other. That is how it has come, right? So if I reduce the size a little bit, you can notice it has come one beside the other. If I scroll it to the right side, you can see it comes one beside the other, right? Anyways, how I want it is, I want them to come one below the other, one below the other. Now how are we going to do that? Because you know, img tags are basically inline elements. But line break is not going to happen automatically if it's an inline element, and to force line break, we have a tag called as a br tag. So after every closure of img, I'm going to put br. I'll just copy that, paste it everywhere. Like this I'll do it. The moment I do this, and if in case I refresh it, clearly you can notice now it comes one below the other. If I scroll down, you can notice it comes one below the other. Any confusion till this point of time? However, each image is of a different dimension, is of a different size. I would like to make all of them the same size. So how are we going to do that? For that, we will have to add few more attributes such as height and width. So what I'm going to do, so that you can see it even more clearly, let me just focus only on my HTML document. If I take you there, now the thing is I'm going to add height and width attributes here. So I will just go there and I'll tell height equal to 255 and width equal to 255. I'll just copy this height and width and paste it inside every image like this. I'll put it inside this also. Now if in case I take you back to my browser window and if I refresh it clearly, you can see the change. It has now come one below the other. Wonderful. Now the thing is, if in case I take you back only to my HTML document, what you must understand is that here there is a standard that you must follow. Whenever you use an image tag, sometimes the image which you have given as source may get corrupted, may get misplaced, may get replaced. In other words, the HTML document with the image may not be rendered successfully by the browser. If I have to give you an example, I'll just go change that Java 1 to Java. Now there is no file called as java.png. So if I take you back to my browser window and if in case I just refresh it, clearly you can notice that it comes as a broken link. If I increase the size, you can notice that there it comes as a broken link, right? I don't want that. Instead, I would like a message here telling, picture not found or something like pic not found in short. If that is what you want to do, then you must add another attribute called as the alt attribute, which is what should come as an alternative if the picture is not found. So what I'm going to do is, I will go back here and add another attribute, and there I will, after that width, I will tell alt equal to, and there I will tell that pic not found. Pic not found, right? Wonderful. Now if in case I go and show you the output and I refresh the document, clearly you can notice it says pic not found. Wonderful. Now the thing is, I'll go back to my HTML document and there I'm going to now take this alt attribute and put it for the last image as well, which is for Python. Right. So the thing is, I'll change it back to java1.png. Now I want you to imagine with me. Assume this is a real-time project. Your website has hundreds of images. Hundreds of images is there in your website. Now you as a developer, you have forgotten to give this alt attribute for every image, right? Now I want to write some code in such a way that the CSS is going to go inside my HTML document and pick all such IMG tags which have alt attribute and provide it a red color border. And then as a web developer, when I see those images which do not have a red color border appear, I know I have not given an alt attribute and hence I would be going and providing the alt attribute. Is it clear what my expectation is? Now tell me, don't you think my expectation is to pick an element which has an alt attribute, which means it is attribute based selection which I want to do in CSS. Is that possible? Definitely. But it is just that the syntax is something which is new to you. So I will go inside my head, internal CSS itself I will use. I will give style tag. And inside the style tag, I am going to now press enter a few more times. Now watch it and understand carefully. First, which is the tag you want to select? I want to select the image tag, IMG I will tell. Then I just don't want to select any image tag. I want to select an image tag which has an attribute called as ALT. Syntax wise, how are we going to tell that? If you ask me, simple. Put square brackets like this. And it is inside the square bracket that you must tell which is the attribute selector, and the attribute I want to select is ALT. So I'll tell ALT. And I'm going to go inside, give the declaration, and in the declaration I will tell border. Don't worry, this is the first time you are seeing border, but I'm going to explain borders in CSS in great detail when I take up the CSS box model. But for now, in border, three things I should tell. One is the dimension of the border, how thick it should be. So I will tell it should be 2 pixels thickness, 2px. Next I will leave a space and I will tell what kind of border I want. There are different types of border. I want a solid border, so I will tell solid. I will leave a space. Next I will tell I want which color. I will tell I want red color border, so I will tell red. Now see, CSS will go inside HTML. It will search for all IMG tags. How many IMG tags? 4 IMG tags it will pick. But it will then see, oh, there is an additional constraint here or condition, which is it should contain an attribute. So it will go into the attribute section. Which attribute? ALT attribute. Now it will spot first one as ALT attribute, last one as ALT attribute, other two do not have. If they do not have, those two will not be selected, first two will be selected. And if in case I have to show you the output, I go and I refresh it, clearly you can notice that this one has a red border, and if I scroll down, Python has a red border. Wonderful, isn't it? So basically now I know all these images which do not have a border. I have forgotten to give alt. I will go into my code and give the alt attribute for all of them. So watch it, I will just copy that alt attribute, paste it inside the other two as well. The other one also I will just paste it. The moment I do this, I go and if in case I refresh, all of them will get a red border because all of them have an alt attribute. So this example, whatever I told you, you would probably not be using it for designing purpose, but you will definitely be using it for debugging purpose, right? To find issues. But the main focus here is that I could write CSS selector in such a way that it selected an element based on whether or not it had a attribute or not, and in this case the alt attribute. Now this is the simplest CSS attribute selector that you can write. In fact, I would like to show you another example where we will select an element if in case it has two attributes. It should have both the attributes, only then it will select it. What do I mean? Let me show you. As you guys can see, I have a simple form created. It has a field set and a legend called a sign up form in that. Name, mobile, email, password, confirm password and submit. Well, it's a very simple basic form, and about forms in great detail in our HTML classes we have discussed. Anyways, what I would like to show you is how attribute selectors can be uniquely used, right? So if in case I take you to the HTML code associated with this, this is the code. You can see I have a form tag, inside that I have label name followed by a text box, and the name I have given it as name, followed by another label called as mobile, followed by a text box for mobile, but in this case the type is tel because it's a telephonic number, followed by email, followed by password, followed by confirm password. Again, I'm not going into great detail here because you already know it. But what I am trying to help you understand here is how to select element based on their attributes. So now I want to select all such input tags, right, which have type as their attribute. Very simple, very straightforward. How are we going to do this? Watch it. I will just go there inside the head and I will give the style tag because internal CSS I want to use. Inside that I will just tell, hey, please go select input tag. But not just any input tag with an attribute. So I will put those brackets. Which attribute? Type. So I will tell type. Any confusion to there? Inside that I will go and I will tell, hey, border should be there for that. And I will tell that the border has to be same thing. So 2 pixels and solid and red in color. If in case I do this, and if in case I go and if in case I execute and show you, what will work, you might be thinking. Now think about it. If I go into my HTML document, yes, input tags are there, many input tags are there, but it will select only such input tags which have both type, which has the type attribute, right? All of them have type attribute, which means if in case I refresh, clearly you can notice everything has got selected. Similarly, if in case I go back to my HTML document and there, if in case I add another additional attribute such as placeholder, what will happen? Let us see. So I will just go there and for the name I will give a placeholder and I will tell example Rohit like this. And for email also I will put a placeholder. So I will just go there and I will tell inside email placeholder and I will tell maybe example rohit@thetapacademy.com. I'll make that R small. Any confusion till here? Now let us see how this would look like. So if in case I take you to my browser window and if I refresh it, you can notice that yes, placeholders have come. Now I want to select only such input elements which have 3 attributes: type, name and placeholder. How to write that, if you ask me, is simple. I will go there and I will change this itself. So watch it. If I take you to my HTML document, here I have told the only attribute it should be checking for is type, isn't it? Now I will tell, hey, listen, not only type, it should have name also, it should have placeholder also. How? After type, one more attribute selector I will open. And inside that, I am going to tell name. Name I will tell. After which, one more attribute selector I will open. And there I will tell placeholder, like this. Any confusion? Now, will this work is the bigger question. So, if in case I take you and if in case I refresh it, clearly you can notice only such input boxes which have type, which have name and which have placeholders have got selected. None of the others have got selected. So you can select based on a single attribute, you can select based on the presence of multiple attributes as well. So much control CSS gives you over selecting elements in your HTML document. Wonderful, isn't it? But as of now, I've only used the names of the attributes and selected. But what if my expectation went one step further and I wanted to select attributes not only based on the name but also based on the value that the attribute contains? Then how can I do it? Well, this is just your simple attribute selectors. Now let us go and understand how to select an element based on an attribute and an exact value and a partial value which it contains. Stay tuned. Now it's time for us to take a mega example through which you are going to understand all of the different versions of the attribute selector, which is simple, exact value based, partial value based and more, right? Now what is the example you might be thinking? See, if in case I take you to my browser window, this is an unstyled HTML document which I have. So web development followed by a paragraph, and as you can see, many hyperlinks are there. Do you see the blue underlined text? If I scroll down also, like this, many hyperlinks are there. Even if I go to the bottom of the page, there are many hyperlinks, right? Now let me explain to you what this web page actually means. If I scroll back completely on top, basically I'm speaking about web development, right? Then I'm saying to, if you want to know more about web development, you just have to Google here, right? And then layers of a web application, front-end, back-end database. Now, if somebody clicks on front-end, now if I click, nothing happens. Watch it, I'm clicking, nothing happens. But if I click here, it should take it to the front-end section. If I click on back-end there, then it should take it to the back-end section, like this. Similarly, if I scroll down, if I had clicked on the other one, which is database, it should take me to the database section, like this. I have database section, and if I come down, I have also given also read about artificial intelligence software testing. If I click on artificial intelligence, it should take me to one AI.html, which looks like this. Watch it. It should take me here. But not in the same window, a new tab should open. Similarly, if I go back, if in case I click on software testing, it should open software testing like this for me in a new tab. Similarly, if I go back, if in case I click on full stack Java web developer, of course nothing is going to happen, but a PDF must open. How to do it? I'll show you. If I click on web development intro, another PDF should open. Any confusion till this point of time? How are we going to do this, and how are we going to style it using attribute selectors, and more is what you should be observing. But now if in case I take you to the HTML document associated with it, this is the HTML code, right? So clearly you can see there is another file here called as index.css. The reason is because I am going to do the styling in an external style sheet, and I first itself linked it and kept it ready. Now inside this body, I have web development as a header followed by a paragraph, and as you can see, a lot of anchor tags I have, right? First and foremost, if you look at it, every anchor tag has an attribute called as href. It is inside this href attribute that you will put the URL to which, if in case you click on that link, it should take you, right? Now, for example, what I want to do is, in this anchor tag, which is internet, if somebody clicks on internet, I want them to go to another website. Which is that website? If you ask me, let me show you. This is that website. So if you see Britannia.com is the name of the website, there they've given a definition of internet. It should take them here. So what I will do is I'll copy that URL. And I'm going to go back into my HTML document and I will just paste it inside href. If I do this, as you can see, this has come. Similarly, there is one more anchor tag for static page. Now, this, if somebody clicks on static page, it should take them to the Wikipedia page about inside which they have given information about static page. For example, like this, if I take you there, if I show you, this is that Wikipedia page inside which static web page related information is there. So I'll copy that URL and I'm going to go and paste it inside my anchor tag href like this. I'll go paste it. Any confusion? Similarly, there is another anchor tag here for web server. So again, I will go to Wikipedia. There is a Wikipedia document inside which I have this. So watch it. I'll go to Wikipedia and there, this web server, I'll copy that URL and I will just go and paste it back there like this. I'll just paste it back. Now all these anchor tags which are just dead links now will come to life because if I click on them, something will happen. Similarly, I've told to Google about web development, click here. Again, this is href is empty. But what I want is, if you click here, somebody should go, that Google search bar should open. So what I will do is I will go back and I'll just open normal Google and that www.google.com I will be selecting, after which if in case I go back and if in case I paste it, you can notice this is what I will be pasting inside href. Any confusion till this point of time? Now all these hrefs have become active. If I have to prove it to you, I will take you back to my browser window. I will go to my index.html and if I refresh it, nothing you will see different, but watch it. If I click on internet like this, internet related thing opens, but on the same tab. If I press backspace, again, if in case I click on maybe static page, if I click on that, that Wikipedia link opens. Go back. Similarly, if I click on to Google about web development, click here. If I just click on that, Google opens, but on the same tab. I don't want this to happen. So I will go back. I want it to open in new tabs. So how will you give information to anchor tags that when somebody clicks on the anchor, it should open in a new tab? Another attribute you should be mentioning. So I will go back and there, after every href, inside every anchor tag, I will tell target equal to underscore blank like this. If in case you had revised HTML, you would remember this. I'll copy that, paste it inside every anchor tag up until this point. Like this I will paste it. There also I will paste. Any confusion? Now to test whether this has worked correctly, I'll have to take you back to my browser window and if I refresh it, nothing changes here. But if I click on Google, to Google, if I click there, as you can see a new tab opens. Show the previous tab, this is the new tab. Any confusion? This is the new tab. Watch it, Google is the new tab. Similarly, if I go back and if in case I click on some static web page, a new tab opens. This is the new tab, that is the previous tab. New tab, previous tab. Any confusion till this point of time? Great. I'll close those two tabs, not required. So it works correctly. Now the thing is, if you notice here, there are 3 more hyperlinks or hypertext. Now the thing is, if somebody clicks on front end, I don't want it to go to another web page. I want it to go to a section in the same web page. I want people to come to this front end. Of course, I know there is not much scrolling here required, but I want them to come here. Now, how will you do that? Again, I've explained this to you, how to use hyperlinks for navigation purpose. If in case I take you back to my code, all I have to do is, see here, scroll down, this is the part. If somebody clicks on front end, I want them to reach this H2 header, which means I should link this to this. How will you link it? That is where ID can play a very important role. So I'll go give an ID to my front end. I will just go to H3, that H2 tag over there, and inside the H2 tag I will tell ID equal to, and there I will tell maybe capital F, capital E. That's it, that is the ID. Now I will tell this href that hey, if somebody clicks on front end, from here you must go here. How? Just inside href, I will put a hash followed by the ID which is FE. That's it. Similarly, I will scroll down. If somebody clicks on backend, I want them to come here to this H2 tag. So what I will do is, I will give it ID. I will call it as BE. Next, similarly, if I scroll down, the h2 of database, if you notice, I want to give an ID. I'll call it as a DB. Now the only thing left for me to do is scroll on top. This second href, I will tell, take it to an element in the same HTML document with an ID BE, hash BE I will tell, hash BE I will tell. Similarly, hash DB I will tell. Now let us see whether this works, right? So if in case I take you to my browser window, there if in case I refresh, nothing much changes. But if I click on front end, you can notice it comes to this section. Scroll on top. If I click on back end, it comes to this section. Scroll back on top. If I click on database, it comes to this section. So it acts as a navigation for the same page. Any confusion till this point of time? What else you might ask? Now I have increased the size a little bit. I have taken care of all these links. Now the thing is, I will scroll back completely down. If I scroll down, there are few more links here if I increase the size. Also read about artificial intelligence. If somebody clicks on artificial intelligence, it should take them to another HTML web page, a different HTML web page, which is this. But it should not, it is not in some other website, it is my own web page. It is in the same folder as index.html, and I've called this as ai.html. Again, simple, header is there, some text is there, an image is there. I don't think you need proof for this HTML code, right? So how are we going to do that? Simple. I will go back to my code, and in my code what I'm going to do is, I will just be going here and scroll back completely down. Here, this is what it is telling. So href, there I will tell ai.html, that is the web page to which you should go. But it should not open on the same window, it should open on a new window. So I will tell blank target equal to blank like this, underscore blank. Similarly, I will do that for the other two things as well. So st.html is what I have called it as because it is software testing, and then target is underscore blank. Any confusion till this point of time? Now let us see whether this works. If in case I go back to my HTML document, to my web browser, and I refresh it, really nothing much you will see different. But if I scroll completely down, increase the size a little bit, and there if in case I click on artificial intelligence, you can notice on a new tab this opens. Close it. If I click on software testing, on a new tab, software testing opens like this. I will close this as well. So definitely it works as per our expectation, and all our anchor tags are now hyperlinks serving some purpose. But there are two more hyperlinks. If I increase the size a little bit, you can notice below there are two more things, which is useful PDFs for download. So what I'm going to do now is I will go back to my HTML code, and there I am going to now just go there, and these are the two anchor tags, right? But the href is empty. So there I will tell that it should open a PDF. Now that PDF file is also there inside the same folder. So directly I will give its name. So watch it, this is the name of the PDF. Full stack Java developer .pdf. Similarly, I will go there and I will just give this is front-end introduction .pdf like this. Any confusion till here? Now and also I don't want the PDF to open in the same tab, in a new tab. So I will just tell target equal to blank. There also below I will tell target equal to blank like this. If I do this, now let us see whether this also works. If in case I go back and if I just click on full stack Java developer, then as you can see a new thing would open like this, and there's a PDF. Similarly, if I close this and if in case I click on web development intro, another PDF opens like this. Any confusion till this point of time? I will close it. So all my hyperlinks have now come into action. They are all active links now. Now what I want to do is I want to start styling this HTML page. So understand how I'm going to style it, right? So watch it all of you. If in case I take you back to my HTML program, here what I want to do is if I scroll on top completely. Now here the thing is there are different sections in my website, right? This is an introduction, right? If I scroll down, in fact till this point of time, this is an introduction. After which I have another section wherein I'm talking about front end. I have another section where I'm talking about back end. I have another section where I'm talking about database. I have another section where in general I'm telling, also read about useful PDFs. All that is one section. Just group them together and show all that is one section. Yes, highlight this. All this is one section. Any confusion till this point of time? Now I want to style each section differently. So I'll put this within a division. If I scroll on top, I will put this within another division. If I scroll on top, this would be another division. If I scroll on top, this would be another division. If I scroll on top, all this would be another division. That's where the div tag comes into the picture, because individually styling will not make sense. Group it together and style it. So let me cut this first part completely, and I will put it inside the div tag. I'll also just indent it correctly. Any confusion? Similarly, leave a space after this div. I will cut all that front end related things, and I will put it inside the div tag. I will also indent it correctly. Any confusion? Scroll down even more. Yeah. Now all this has to be in the next division, so I will cut it completely. I will put the div tag. Inside the div tag, I will just paste it and also indent it correctly so that we know everything is inside the div tag. I will cut the next portion. And that I will put it inside another div. I will also just indent it correctly. And last part also I will just cut it, put it inside another division. And even for that I will just indent it so that it is clearly visible to all of us. Any confusion till this point of time? Now if I scroll back completely on top, what I am going to now do is, I am going to give each of the division, I am going to make them belong to a class. So what I am going to do is, I will come here and inside that first division, I will tell class equal to, not there, division I said, not h1. Inside div, I will tell class equal to, and there I want it to belong to two classes. So one is, I will call this as main, right? That is the first class. I will leave a space. And then I will call the next class it should belong to as font1. Now, what are these classes? That when we write CSS, it will make sense. But now I'm just making them belong to a certain class. I'll scroll down to the second division and I'll leave a space between the first division and the second division. Right. The second division, scroll it a little bit more, yeah, I'll make it belong to another class. So I will tell class, and then I will tell the first class is going to be sub, because all these are subsections. And the next class it will belong to is font2. I'll scroll back down, again leave space, and there in the next division I'm going to tell class equal to, this is also sub only. So I will tell sub, space, I will tell font2. Because classes can be reused. Multiple elements can belong to the same class. Similarly, I'll go to DB and there I will tell class. This is also a subsection. So I'll tell sub and leave a space and I will tell font2. I'll come down. Now this is the last part, last division. This is the ending of my web page. So I'll give it a class. I'll call it as end. And also I'll tell it should belong to font3 like this. Great. Right? Wonderful. Now I'm going to scroll back on top completely. Now let us style these divisions, shall we? Now let me begin by first creating a class selector which is going to select all such elements which belong to a class called as main, and there is only one element which belongs to a class called as main, which is this div and everything inside it. So watch it. How do you write class selector in CSS? By telling dot. After dot, what should you tell? The name of the class. And what is the name of the class? Main. So I will tell main, followed by the declaration. Now inside this, what I want to do is, I want to tell what should be the background color and what should be the color of the font, right? So see here, inside this I will just tell background color. And then I will put a semicolon. I will not tell what the color is. I will press enter. Next I will tell color. Now I will put a semicolon. Now what is the value to tell here? See, every time you don't have to restrict yourself to basic colors like red, blue, green, orange, cyan. In orange itself there are so many shades of orange. There are so many shades of red. There are so many shades of black. Now how do we select that? Because we only know black. How do we don't have anything like shade 1 of black, shade 2 of black. So let me explain, my friend. Let me take you to my browser window. I'll just go to Google and watch it. In Google, I'm just going to go there and type color picker like this. Color picker, I will tell you. The moment I press enter, Google itself provides you a color picker. If I increase the size, you can see this is the color picker. So you can drag that bar. See, so many shades of different colors are there. And if I stop here, watch it. For every color, there is a hexadecimal value given to you. This hexadecimal value you can copy and as it is paste it. Like this, it's up to you, your creativity. You select whichever color you want. And in that further, if I click on that circle there, I can move that circle also and further. This is technically called as gradients. All this, when I take up colors in CSS, I will explain to you in great detail. But there are so many different colors that you can select. And there's a hexadecimal value associated with it. So what I am going to do is, I have already selected and kept few hexadecimal values using this color picker. I am going to use that, right? So watch it all of you. If I go back to my HTML document, there, this is the background color and the color which I want. Watch it. In terms of hexadecimal value, I am going to tell it. So that is the background color and this is the color. Any confusion till this point of time? I hope till this point of time it is clear to you. Now, what does this look like? You must be wondering. Let us go execute and check it out. So if in case I take you to my browser window, if I take you to my index.html and if I refresh it, you can notice the first division got colored like this. If I increase the size a little bit, you can notice this is how it has got colored. Any confusion till here? Okay, wonderful. So I'll go back to my code, and in my code what I'm going to do now is, like this, I will be going and also giving information about this next class called as font1. So there I'll come, I'll tell dot font1. And inside that, I will now tell the font family. So I want the font family to be cursive. And next I also want now I'm going to introduce you to a new property. The property is called as font weight. Now what do you mean by font weight? It is basically, you can decide what should be the thickness of the text inside. Again, when I take up fonts in CSS, all this in detail I will explain. But for now, just watch it. I'll go there and I'll tell font weight like this. And I will tell the font weight should be bolder. Font hyphen weight I will tell, and I should tell bolder. If I do this, right, now watch it. This class will also select this div, apply these styling properties. This class will also select this div, apply these styling properties. If I take you back to my browser window and if in case I refresh this page, you can notice clearly there are changes. Any confusion till this point of time? Wonderful. Let us similarly color our other divisions also. So if I go back to my HTML code, you can notice like this, I'm going to go here, and if I first scroll down in my HTML document, the next division you can see belongs to two classes. One is sub, the other is font2. So that's what I'm going to do. I will tell first one is dot sub, right? There I will tell this is my background color and this is my color. And again, I have scrolled through the color picker and selected few colors which I liked. Similarly, I would also tell what is the class font2 going to do. So I will tell dot font2. And there I'm going to tell that the font family and font family is going to be monospace. And also my font weight, I will tell it should be bold. So the thickness will increase. Any confusion? Now let us see whether this would apply, but before that let us style the next division also. So I will just scroll down, and the next division belongs to two classes. One is sub and other one is font2. Anyways, I have applied it to the same thing. Scroll down. This is also sub and font2, which means same styling will apply to it. But the last one is end and font3. Let us create styling for that. So I'll just go here and I will tell dot end is my next class selector, right? And the background color and the color, this is what I have selected, again hexadecimal values. I will then tell what should be font3, so I will tell dot font3. And inside that I am going to just tell that the font family should be sans serif. and I will tell that maybe the font weight has to be normal. I will tell it's okay, let it be normal. Any confusion till here? Now let us see if these styling properties are applied. So if in case I take you to my browser window, then notice it, if I just refresh it, clearly there are so many differences. If I scroll on top, then scroll on top, this is my first division, this is my second division, this is my third division, this is my fourth division, this is my fifth and final division. Any confusion till this point of time? So it works. Next, what you might ask? Next, if in case now I want you to understand, scroll completely on top. Now here, my dear friend, there are so many hyperlinks in my first division, right? Now this internet will take me to a page inside which internet related information is available in Britannia.com. If you recollect, this is what that web page looks like, Britannia.com. Click on there. This is where it goes to, right? Next, go back. If in case I click on static page or web server, it takes me to Wikipedia. So if I click on anything, web page, web server or anything, it goes to Wikipedia. Close that. And if in case I click on this, it goes to Google. So if I click on there, it goes to Google, right? Wonderful. Now what I want to do is, close this. I want to style any tag, right, which has the exact URL www.google.com. Whoever has this value, I want to style them and I want to make its color as yellow. So how are we going to do? So watch it. If I take you to my HTML code, what you must understand is, in my HTML code, if I scroll completely on top to my first division, this is my first division. In my first division, if I scroll down, this is that Google link. Scroll down. Yeah, this is that Google. Now, how are we going to select this? If I tell A, there are so many A's. If I tell, okay, select such a tag or an element which has the attribute href, all of them have href. So now, how do I uniquely identify this guy? That I can identify if somehow I can pick this anchor tag with an attribute href and this exact value. I hope you're able to think. Now, is there a way in which using CSS you can select an element based on the exact value of its attribute? 100% you can. That is where attribute selectors come into the picture. Now, few symbols I am showing you. Out of all these symbols, just by reading their headings, tell me, exact value, which symbol will you select using? Yes, you're right. It is the assignment, right? So look at how I'm going to write my CSS. I will go into my CSS document, I will scroll it on top, and there what I'm going to now do is, there I will tell, first of all, I want to select based on an element first. Which element? Anchor tag. So I will tell A. But not just any A with an attribute. With that, which attribute? href. So I'll put square brackets, inside that I will tell href. Not just any A with href. A with href equal to this. Which means I will go and copy that value, www.google.com fully, I'll copy that value as it is, and then I will go here and I will tell equal to. I will leave a space on left and right, always it's a good practice, and then I will paste it. Any confusion till here? Anyways, little bit it has gone outside, but that should not matter to us. Now I will put the declaration. So maybe after this assignment you can just press enter so that it comes on the same thing. Yeah, I will put the declaration there. Now inside the declaration, I will tell, hey, the color should be yellow, like this. Will this work is a bigger question. So watch it. If in case I take you to my browser window and if in case I refresh, it has become yellow. Attribute selector based on exact value of an attribute. Watch it. If I take you back to my code, what have I done? Attribute selector based on exact value of an attribute. href is the attribute, exact value of the attribute. And you can see this and this is one and the same. Any confusion till this point of time? How easy it is and how much control it gives you. Now understand my next expectation clearly. What I want to do is, if I scroll a little bit on top, if I scroll it, what I want to do here is, I want to now style all of the anchor tags which have a link to Wikipedia. Did you understand my expectation? If I scroll this a little bit below, you can notice this is an anchor tag which has a link to Wikipedia. This anchor tag. Any confusion till here? Now there is another anchor tag which has a link to Wikipedia. This has some other link, Britannia or Britannica. I do not want that. Now how am I going to do that? Which means, what is common between this Wikipedia link and this Wikipedia link is the fact that both of them contain a word. And what is that word? Wikipedia it contains. Would you agree with me? So how can I now select an attribute based on select an element with an attribute href, and that attribute's value should contain the word Wikipedia? How are we going to do that? Which means I am not matching the complete value, I am matching the partial value. How are we going to do this if you ask me? Well, my friend, for that you can select an attribute with a partial value using attribute selectors. How am I going to do that? Again, I am going to bring a list in front of you. Look at this list and tell me which is the symbol which you will be using. Yes, you are right. That is the symbol which we should be selecting, and partial value always means star. Any confusion till this point of time? So I will just go back here, I will press enter. Now syntax, focus. A I will tell because anchor tag I want to select. Attribute I want, so I will put square brackets. Which attribute? href I will tell, right? I will leave a space, I will give equal to, and I will tell within quotes Wikipedia like this. Any confusion? But if you write like this, it means exact match. No, I don't want exact match. What I must tell is, hey, inside href go and check if it contains the word Wikipedia. It could be in the starting, it could be in the ending, it doesn't matter. It should contain the word Wikipedia. How to do that if you ask me? Before assignment, I will just tell star, right? So if I tell star like this, it means go into href and see if it contains Wikipedia. It could be anywhere. Now I will just go inside that, and some color value, some RGB, hexadecimal value I am going to put. Okay, cyan itself I will tell. Any confusion? If I do this, now out of all the tags in this document, only these two Wikipedia links should become that color because they contain this word called as Wikipedia. Will this work? Let me show you. If I take you here, if in case I refresh the page, as you can see, beautiful, isn't it? If I click on web server, see, it takes me to Wikipedia. If I close this and if I click on static page also, it takes me to Wikipedia. Beautiful. So it works. This did not get selected because it doesn't contain Wikipedia. It belongs to another website totally. Awesome. Now similarly, my guys, look at the next expectation. I want these three anchor tags to be selected or styled in a different way because these guys are not anchor tags to external links. They take me to different parts of the same web page. See, if I click on backend, it takes me to backend on the same web page. Scroll back on top, same web page. How are we going to do this is the bigger question. So now again, based on attribute selectors, you can do it. But first, if I take you back to my HTML page, you must understand how are we going to identify them. So if I scroll down in the same division, this is the part. Right? Now look at it. What is unique about them? Definitely it is anchor tag. It contains href attribute. But you see here, all of them, because they link to IDs, start with hash. Which means if in case I could go and write an attribute selector in such a way that it checks if at all the href begins with hash, I could have achieved it. So can you write attribute selector in such a way that it checks whether it begins with a particular value? Yes. Again, I am bringing the list. Tell me which symbol will you use? You are right. It is the hat or the caret symbol, right? How am I going to do that? Watch it. I will just come down. Again, I will tell A is the element I want to choose based on which attribute? href. Equal to, I will tell. Within double quotes, hash I will put. But it should not exactly match for hash. It should not check for hash anywhere. It should check for hash exactly at the beginning, which means before assignment I will put a hat. Any confusion till this point of time? Now I'll put declaration. Inside the declaration I'll put some color, whichever color I want, and remove that color 2 times. It has come. Any confusion till here? Again, which color is this? I also don't know. Let us go and check it out. If in case I save this, take it to my browser window, and if I refresh, these 3 links have got colored. Any confusion till here? If I scroll down completely, those links in the bottom did not get styled. Watch it. Completely. They did not get styled. They are still the default color, which is blue. But if I scroll back on top, you can notice that clearly these have got styled. Any confusion till this point of time? Great. Now let me go back to my HTML code. Now in my HTML code, what you must understand is, now I have styled all these different links differently. Now if I scroll down completely in my HTML document, then watch it all of you. This is the last division which I have. In my last division, there are 2 categories of anchor tags. These first 2 categories of anchor tags are such tags which will take me to an external web page. But these web pages belong to me itself. They are there in my computer. Whereas these 2 web pages are used to give me PDF documents, downloadable PDF documents. I want to style these differently. I want to style these 2 differently. How am I going to do that? Very, very simple. Now I am going to write a CSS selector in such a way that it will go into my HTML document, identify anchor tags which have an attribute href. In that attribute, the value of the attribute must end with .html. How are we going to do that? Simple. I am bringing the list in front of you. Look at the list and tell me which is the symbol which will help you with ends with relationship. You're right, it's $. So I'm going to go here and I will tell A is the element, attribute is href, inside that I will tell equal to, and there I will put the value which is .html, and then before assignment I will attach another symbol which is $, which means check if it ends with .html. Now I'll go into the declaration and I'll give any color so that we know that it is different. Wonderful. Similarly, I want to style for this as well. So watch it. I will just go there, I will just copy this anchor, this attribute selector, paste it again, and there I am going to just replace the .html with .pdf, because again I am checking ends with .pdf only. After which I will just change its color to something, because we need to know what the color is. So I will just change it, any hexadecimal value. Right. Any confusion till here? The moment I do this, will it work is the question. So watch it. If I take you to my browser window and if in case I refresh, you will not see any difference here. But if I scroll down completely, you can notice that they have got. But again, this color is not very visible. So I'll just change it to some other color. Just make it as brown maybe. So I'll just go there, make that as brown. And if in case I just take you back, and if in case I refresh it, clearly you can see again, it is, if I increase the size a little bit, it is not very visible though, but 100% the color has changed. Any confusion till this point of time? Okay. So next what you might be wondering. Next what if you ask me, now the thing is, yes, we have understood different ways of using the attribute selector. But now I want to ask you, if I go back to my HTML code, and in my HTML code, if in case I just go into this last anchor tag, and there that .pdf, I will make it as .pdf. Okay. And maybe I'll change this color to gray, because let it be visible. I'll just change it to gray. Yeah, now watch it. If in case I take you back to my document and if in case I refresh it, then as you can clearly notice that only and only this one got selected, but the last one did not get selected. Why did it not get selected? Because you are looking for .pdf, all lowercase. That is what you are checking for, all lowercase. CSS is case sensitive, attribute values are case sensitive, but you wanted to match in a case insensitive manner probably. You don't care whether it is capital PDF or small PDF, if it is .pdf you want it to match. How are we going to do that? Simple. After that closing quote, I will just take the cursor there, leave a space and I will tell I. So means you are telling, hey, case insensitive it should be. I means insensitive. Now if in case I go back and if in case I refresh, that also has become gray. So you have understood all this. In one example, you have been able to understand 99.9% of attribute selectors. But there is one more which I would like to show you. If I scroll back on top on this Chrome browser, watch it completely to the top. See, I want this first division of mine to have a blue color border. I repeat, I want this first division of mine to have a blue color border. Now how am I going to select it, you might ask? Very simple. If I go back to my HTML code and I scroll back all the way to my first division. Now my first division, maybe I want to select it based on this value which is font 1. I want to write a selector which will select based on font 1. And it should be an attribute selector, let us assume. So I will go here and watch it. I will just go inside my CSS and there I will just tell A. And there I will tell, or I will tell div, sorry, because what I want to select is a division. And then the attribute is class. And I will tell equal to font 1. Now in the declaration, I am going to go and I will tell border. And I will tell that it should be 2 pixels. And then I will tell it should be solid and it should be blue. If I do this, will it get selected? Let us see. If I go back and if in case I refresh, did it come? No. Why, if you ask me? Let me take you back to my HTML document. There, see how you have written the selector. Select div, okay. With an attribute class, okay. The class should have an exact value font 1. Does it have an exact value font 1? No. I hope you are able to think. So what will you do, you might say? Simple. Sometimes you would like to pick a value of an attribute inside which there is a list of space separated values. Like this I can have n number of space separated classes, isn't it? So you would like to sometimes pick a value of an attribute inside which there is a list of space separated values. If that is your expectation, that too can be done using CSS. How, if you ask me? I am again bringing the list in front of you. Tell me which one would you pick? If you have eyes, you know it is the tilde symbol. So watch it. If I just go here and I put a tilde before the assignment, what it means is, hey, go to the division element which has an attribute class and then in that check for a value amongst other space separated values called as font 1. Any confusion till here? So yes, main is there, space font 1 is there, yes, font 1 will get selected. So if in case I take you back and if in case I refresh it, clearly you can see a blue color border has appeared. Any confusion till this point of time? So how to select based on an attribute? How to select based on an attribute which has an exact value? How to select based on the presence of multiple attributes? How to select based on the partial value of an attribute? It could be starting with it, it could be somewhere in between, it could contain that value, it could end with the value. How to check in a case sensitive and in a case insensitive manner, and also how to check for a value of an attribute amongst a list of space separated values you have been able to understand all in one example. I don't think you can get more clear about attribute selectors than this, and if in case you can go to an interview and explain things in the same way, I don't think the interviewer can come up with a single reason not to select you as the next full stack developer in his company or her company, because everyone can be a CEO today. Anyways, I hope you have understood till this point of time. There is one last thing about an attribute selector. Let me show you what it is. As you guys can see, I have greetings in different languages created here. If I show you the HTML code associated with this, it is very, very simple. I have a couple of H2 tags in which I have hello, greetings, good day, bonjour, namaste, and hola, like this. Now the thing is, if you look, there is something called as a lang attribute inside each of them. Now what is this lang attribute? It is usually an attribute used to tell which is the language to which the text belongs to. If it means EN, it means English. EN-US means it belongs to USA English, right? EN-AU means Australian English, FR means French, HI means Hindi, and ES means Espanol or Spanish. Any confusion till here? Now, what you guys have to understand is that I want to select all such words or all such H2s which have an attribute lang, which also contains EN. Now with whatever attribute selectors you know, you can already do it. You can do it using contains, you can do it with starts with, you can do it in any number of ways. But there is one more way to do it, because if you notice, lang attributes especially come with hyphens. Do you notice that? So sometimes there will be an attribute whose value will have hyphen separated values. Like how class attribute has space separated values, lang attribute will have hyphen separated values. Now, to select hyphen separated values, there is another attribute selector. Let me just show you. I'll go to my CSS file, and there I'm going to tell select H2 attribute, H2 element, attribute must be lang, equal to, in quotes I will tell EN, right? So then I'm going to go here and put the declaration, and I will just tell color is navy like this, or red, okay, anything. Now understand this, all of you. If I do this, exact match it will check. An exact match, only one is there, which means that should get styled. So if I go and I just refresh the page, clearly you can notice that only the first hello gets styled. Exact match. But others don't get styled. Reason is very simple, because they have hyphen after EN. So I want to write an attribute selector in such a way that it matches exact EN, also matches such values which starts with EN and ends with a hyphen. See, EN hyphen, EN hyphen, I want those all to be matched. If that is the case, then before the assignment, I am going to go put another symbol which is a pipe character like this. The moment you put pipe, how you guys should read this is that, hey, select exact match of EN or EN and a hyphen. That is what it is designed for, which means it will select, it will select, it will select, it will ignore. Watch it. If in case I go back and if in case I just refresh the page, clearly you can notice that all three have got selected. Only EN-US, even EN-AU, whereas this was FR, this was HI, and this was ES. So obviously it would not select it. Any confusion till this point of time? Now those of you who are focusing might say, but the same thing I could have achieved by using starts with. Now how are we going to do that? Very simple. I will just go replace that pipe symbol with a caret. The moment I do this, if in case I take you back, I'll just change the color so that we know that exactly it has changed. I'll make it as navy or something. Now if in case you notice, all these three guys who start with EN will get selected. So if in case I go and refresh, 100% it gets selected like this. Any confusion till here? So it works. Now basically, as I was telling you, there is hardly any difference between starts with and the pipe character. But pipe in general, remember this much, it will search for that value and also such values which end with a hyphen. As simple as that. Whereas this is not going to select those hyphen ones, right, automatically. Unless you tell hyphen explicitly here, it will not consider hyphen. Because you told EN, it will select EN, EN, EN. But it will not consider EN hyphen. But the pipe will consider EN hyphen also automatically. Again, it's up to you. Usually, whenever you're dealing with attributes which have hyphen separated values, as a convention, remember to always go not for starts with, but with the pipe character, right, which is this. I will just replace it with pipe. Make it as pipe like this. Any confusion till here? So any such attributes, use that. I hope it is clear. For everything else, use starts with. So I hope attribute selectors is crystal clear for all of you. My dear friend, the discussion was about CSS selectors. Under CSS selectors, it was about advanced selectors, and a great deal about the different types of advanced selectors we have understood. But now I would like to focus on another type of advanced selector called as pseudo-classes. Now, if in case I just bring pseudo-classes into the focus, under pseudo-classes there are again different types. There is something called as tree structural based pseudo-classes. There is something called as dynamic pseudo-classes, and there is something called as UI state pseudo-classes. Now I know none of these words meant anything to you, but let me start by explaining what is meant by tree structural based pseudo-classes, right? And how are we going to use it to style our HTML documents? Let me take a simple example to help you understand. See, if in case you see here, I have HTML code written and I have an external CSS file, and clearly I have linked both of them. All this is clear to you by now. But if you notice, there are few tags, but there is nothing written inside the tag, right? First of all, let us convert this HTML document into a HTML tree, but I will start with the body because I don't require HTML head and all that. If I start with the body, inside body has a child called as div, so I am showing div. Further, inside this first division, div has a child called as p. I am showing that. Next, outside that division, inside the body, there is another division. So I am showing that. Inside that, there is a p tag, which is what I am showing like this. After which, there is another p tag, which I am showing like this. After which, there is another division, and inside that, I have another p tag, which I am showing like this. After which, inside that division, there is another division, which I am showing like this. Inside that division, it has another p tag, which I am showing like this. And this is the closure of the inner division. And in the outer division, there is another p tag like this. That's it. This is the tree structure. Any confusion till here? Now, I want you to understand. See, if you look at this HTML document and you look at the tree carefully, you would notice there are many p tags. But there are few p tags which is the only child of its parent. Now what do I mean, you might ask? Look at the first div tag. How many p tags does it have? Only one. How many tags or how many children in general does it have? Only one child or only one p tag it has. So don't you think this p is the only child of its parent? That is what I am also showing, only child. Similarly, look at the second div tag. Tell me, is the p tags inside the second division the only child? No, it's not the only child because there are multiple children. Whereas if I come to the third division, there are p tags, correct. The outer division has a p tag, has a div tag, has a p tag. These are the children. Obviously, none of them are the only child. It has many children. But the inner div has only one p tag and it is the only tag inside, which means it is the only child. So totally, how many only child tags do you have? This is the first only child, this is the second only child. Any confusion till here? So what I will do is, I am going to put content inside it in such a way that it shows you what that tag is. So I will go inside the first p tag and I will tell only child p, like this. Only child p. Next I will come inside the second division and there it is not the only child, so I will tell first child p. Next I will tell second child p. Similarly, I will come inside the next division. This is not the only child, so I will tell first child p. Right? And if you notice there is another p tag inside it, so I will go to that last p tag there and I will tell second child p. I will make C capital so that it's standard. Any confusion till here? Similarly, inside the next div, that is the inner division, it has only one child and that is p. So I will tell only child p like this. Only child p. Wonderful. Is it clear till this point of time? Now the thing is, understand my expectation. I want to write a selector in such a way that it only and only goes into my HTML document and selects such tags which is the only child of its parent. Now how are we going to do that? Well, with whatever knowledge you already possess, you can actually achieve this. What do you mean, you might ask? What I'm trying to say is, I'm going to go inside every only child tag and give it a class. So what I will do is, I'll go here and I will tell class. And I will call that class as only-child. And I will make everything as lowercase. Only-child I will tell. Any confusion till here? Similarly, I will copy that class and I will paste it inside the next only child element, which is this p tag. So both of them belong to the same class. Based on class, how to select, class selector is there. So I will go into my CSS and there I will tell dot is how you tell class selector, and which is the class only child. Next I will put the declaration, and inside that I will tell background color orange. Now, does this work is the bigger question. So watch it, all of you. If in case I also have to show you the browser output, this is the output. If in case I refresh it, clearly you can see, if I increase the size a little bit, only child, only those have got selected. Wonderful. Then you might tell problem solved, Rohit. No, my dear friend. What you must understand is, this is a class selector. I can, see here, copy that class called as only child, and I will paste it inside this first child. I will paste it inside this first child here. I will paste it there. That p also will make it. Now tell me, is that the only child? Definitely not. But the way you have written the selector, that will also get selected. If I refresh, you can see that also gets selected. So it doesn't work the way we are expecting it to work. Not only that, I will remove that class. I will undo it. Once I undo it, you must understand, right now, this p tag is the only child, correct? What I will do is, I will go inside that div and I will put another p tag. And there I will tell second child p. Now you tell me, should this p tag be selected according to my expectation? No, it's no longer the only child. But if in case I refresh the document, clearly you can notice it gets selected. Which means this selector doesn't adapt itself, doesn't change itself based on how the HTML is changing. I want such a selector which, based on the structure of the tree, will automatically decide which is the only child and select it. How are we going to do that? Well, for that you can make use of something called as a pseudo-class. Now, why is it called as a pseudo-class? Let me bring back my tree in front of you. I will remove that second child. That p second child, I will remove it. Any confusion till this point of time? Now, this is how our tree looks like as of now. Now, what I want you to understand is that I am going to remove these classes. I will remove this class only child. Wherever class is there, I will remove it. I have removed it. I will go and remove this selector also. Completely, I will remove that selector. Wonderful. Now what you must understand is, see how I will write. Now I want you to focus on the syntax, right? See, first I will tell, the element I want to select is p. I will tell p. Now to p, I want to attach a pseudo-class. How are we going to attach a pseudo-class? If you ask me, the syntax is, you must put a colon like this. I will put a colon. Make sure never to leave space before or after the colon. That would be a mistake, right? After the colon, out of the variety of pseudo-classes I have, I am going to tell only child like this, only-child. Spelling I will correct it, only-child. I will put the declaration. Inside the declaration, now I will tell background color orange. Now, this is a tree-based pseudo-class, which means automatically this selector will go into the tree and will identify only such elements which is the only child, and you know there are only two elements which is the only child, both are p tags, and their color will be, background color will be orange. So watch it, if in case I go and I refresh it, clearly you can notice only childs have got selected. But if I take you back to my tree, what you must understand is, now let us assume I change the HTML document structure. The tree structure also will change. So what I will do is, I will go after this inside this division and I will put one more p tag and I will tell second child p. Second child p I will tell. Wonderful, I have done this. The moment I do this, the tree structure also changes. Now this div has two children, both are p. Now this tree structure based pseudo class will go into the tree and it will try to identify the only child. And which is the only child? There is only one only child, which is that first division's p tag. And hence only that is going to be selected. And watch it, if in case I show you the output, if I refresh it this time, only that gets selected. So automatically, based on the change, it adapted. So much control it gives you. So much flexibility it gives you. Beautiful, isn't it? So I hope only child is crystal clear to all of you. Now there are others as well. And when to use them? Let me show you. Now that you understood about the only child pseudo-class selector, I would like to give you an example where in real life you will find this usage of only child very, very helpful. Now watch it, my friends. I have 4 images with me. I have Java's logo and the great James Gosling, who is the founder of Java, his picture. I have Python's logo and I have the founder of Python, the respectable Guido van Rossum's picture. Now I want to add these images into my HTML document. Now it's very simple, isn't it? So watch it, I'll go there, I'll first put a header tag h1 and inside that I will tell Java like this. After which I will come inside that and there to add an image, it is the img tag we will use. So I will tell img and if I press enter, you can see it's asking source. So there I will give the name of Java's logo, that files, which is java1.png. Wonderful, right? Next what I'm going to do is below this, I'll press enter, I'll give another image tag where I would like to add James Gosling's picture. So I'll give that as james.jpg. Great. Next I will press enter. After that I'm going to put another h1 tag and I will call it as Python. And next inside that I'm going to go and I'll just copy these 2 image tags, paste it again. After which what I'm going to do is change the name, so that will be python1.png. and python1.png and that is going to be guido.jpg. Wonderful. Is it clear till this point of time? Now let us execute and see how this looks like. So if I take you there and if I refresh it, clearly you can see this is how it comes, right? Now the thing is, I do not want them to come one next to the other. If I reduce the size a little bit more, you can notice that it's coming one next to the other. That is because these guys are inline elements. So automatically line break does not happen. And different images are of different sizes. So I would like to make all of them a standard size. So here itself I will just change it. I'll just go put a BR tag after every IMG. So I'll just tell BR, right, and BR there also, and BR after these 2 image tags as well. If in case I do this and if I just refresh my page, clearly you can notice it comes one below the other, but again dimensions are different. So I will make all of them the same dimension. So I will go here and there I will add the width and height attribute. So I will tell width is 255, height is also 255. Height is also 255 and I would just like to copy that and paste it inside each one of my image tags. Not completely, just till width. And I will paste it. Here also I will paste it. Here also I will paste it. The moment I do this and if I go back and if I just refresh it, clearly you can see if I increase the size now it is properly structured. Any confusion? Now understand what I want to do is I want to make this Java image and this Python image as hyperlinks. If in case you have attended the HTML classes and you have revised, you know that an image can be made as an hyperlink. I can make it clickable such that it goes to some other web page. That is possible. For that, you have to convert this image into an anchor tag. That is what I have to do. So what I am going to do is understand this carefully. I will go back here and now the thing is, here I will first take this Java thing. I will cut that entire thing, that image entirely till img. I will cut it. I will cut that and I will now put an anchor tag. And inside that anchor tag, I will paste that image. Now it becomes a hyperlink. Any confusion till this point of time? Not only that, here href it is telling where should it go to. Now that is the question. Where it should go to is, if in case I take you back to my Chrome browser, I opened another tab which is a Wikipedia tab where there is something about Java. I will copy that URL. After which I will go here and inside href I will just paste it. I will just paste it inside href. Any confusion till this point of time? Wonderful. Similarly, I would like to convert this Python logo also into a hyperlink. So I will cut that img of Python and I am going to just put that within the anchor tag. I'll put that within the anchor tag. Right. Now this is also a hyperlink. And where should it go? If you ask me, in my Chrome browser, there's one more tab in Wikipedia for Python. Right. So I'll just copy that URL. And I'm just going to paste it there inside href. Any confusion till this point of time? Wonderful. Now let us see whether actually these guys have become anchor tags or not. So if I refresh this HTML page, now see, if I go and first of all, if I go and click on Java, see, if I click on Java, the same page, because you have not told target equal to blank, same page, a new tab opened. If I go back, if I click on Python, you can notice this happens. So yes, it works perfectly, and I don't want it to open in a new tab, so it is fine. It is like this only. Any confusion till this point of time? But now this is my expectation. Now to explain my expectation better, I would like to also show you the HTML tree for this. So this is the HTML tree. Wonderful. So there is body, inside body h1, further there is an anchor tag, inside the anchor tag there is an img tag, right? Followed by another img tag which is inside the body, followed by an h1, followed by another anchor tag, inside the anchor tag another image tag. After which I have another image tag which is inside the body itself. It's a simple document tree. Now what I want you to understand is, I want to write a selector in such a way that it selects all the images which are hyperlinks, and give them a red color border. How are we going to do this? Well, it's very, very simple. If you think you will get it. If you look at this tree clearly, tell me what is unique about such image tags which are hyperlinks. Well, they are inside the anchor tag. If they are inside the anchor tag, they are the child of the anchor tag. But look at all the hyperlinks, all the images which are hyperlinks, and tell me, are those img tags the only child, or are there other children also? They are definitely the only child of the anchor tags. This img tag is the only child of this anchor tag. This img tag is the only child of this anchor tag. Any confusion till this point of time? Which means using the only child pseudo selector, I can select it. How, if you ask me? Simple. Let me put internal CSS itself. So I'll go into head and I will put style, and inside that I will go, and there I will tell first what I want to select is img tag. So I'll tell img, but not just any img tag. It should be the only child. So I'll use a pseudo-class. What is the syntax for pseudo-class? Colon, followed by the name of the pseudo-class, which is only-child. Then I will put brackets. Inside that, what I am going to do now is I will tell border is what I am going to tell. And I will tell border should be red or maybe 2 pixels in thickness. First remove that red, make it a 2px. 2px followed by, it should be a solid border and the color should be red. If in case I do this, and if in case I take you to my browser window, then watch it, upon refreshing, only those guys. If I increase the size a little bit more, you can see only Java and Python have got a red color border, because these images are the only child to their parent. And who is the parent of this image? A tag. Who is the parent of this image? A tag. But they are the only child. So useful, isn't it? See how creatively you can be using these selectors. And are they truly hyperlinks? Yes, if I go click on Java, clearly you can see that it opens a new thing. So click on that, it opens. If I go back, you can see if I click on Python, it opens. But others did not have a red color border. Any confusion till this point of time? So I hope only child is crystal clear for you. Now let us go and explore the next pseudo classes. Now before we proceed on to understanding the other pseudo classes, first it is time for us to understand that whatever you are learning with respect to pseudo classes, please understand this can be combined with the other selectors you have learnt as well. Just to show you the different things which is possible, understand things. This is the document tree as of now, right? But I'm going to change the document. Clearly the tree also has to change. So what I will do is I'll go take this first image tag. I will cut it. I'm going to cut it. And then inside that, I'll just press enter so that it is visible. Now I'm going to put a span tag there. Inside span, I'm going to paste this image. The moment I do this, automatically the document structure changes, because inside A, there is span. Inside span, there is image. Earlier, image was a direct child of the anchor tag, but now image is not a direct child of the anchor tag, it is a descendant. Would you agree with me? These words must be crystal clear to you by now. So now the thing is, I want to write a selector in such a way that it selects all the anchor tags which have an href, go inside that and select all image tags which are descendants, could be direct child, could be indirect child, but those images should further be the only child. Now what do I mean by this? Watch it all of you. I will go inside style. First of all, my first criteria was select all anchor tags which have href attribute, which means attribute selector you can use. So I will tell A, put attribute brackets, and I will tell href like this. Any confusion till here? Next, I said descendants, which means I should use a combinator. What is the combinator for telling descendants? Space. I will tell space. Next, which was the element you wanted to select? Image tag. So I will tell img. Further, these image tags should be the only child, which means I should use a pseudo class. I will put colon. Next, I am going to tell which pseudo class? Only child. And then I will tell maybe border. I will make it as 4 pixels, let it be a little more thicker, and I will tell maybe a solid and red like this. If in case I do this, look at the structure and understand. First, select anchor tags with href attribute. All of them get selected. Then you leave a space and you tell descendants. So it sees who are all the descendants. But which descendant you wanted? img. So it will select all the img tags. But the moment you add a pseudo class to it telling that only child, all those will not be selected and those which are the only child will get selected, right? And if in case I go and execute this and show you, you can clearly notice upon refreshing which are the ones which got selected, Java and Python, because definitely this is the only child, this is the only child, right? Though this Java is not a direct child of A, it got selected because it is a descendant, that is the combinator you used, space. Though this image is a direct child of A, that also got selected because a direct child is also a descendant and indirect child is also a descendant. You see how I am combining things. But now to make more things more interesting, watch it, what I am going to do is I will just go and that space combinator I will remove, and instead of space combinator I will put greater than. Those of you who are revising, leave space on left and right. Those of you who are revising would understand that greater than means direct child, not just any descendant, direct child. Look at the tree. When I tell select all anchor tags with href, all anchor tags get selected. Then when I tell okay, select direct child, and which direct child? img, tell me which all imgs get selected? No. Unfortunately, there is only one img which is the direct child of anchor tag, which is nothing but this Python. Any confusion till this point of time? After which, next you are further telling that image should be the only child. Is that Python image the only child? Yes, which means it will be selected, which means only and only Python should get that border. Will this happen? Let us see. If I go and if in case I refresh it, clearly you can see only Python gets selected. So do you see how to use these in combination? Your imagination is the limit. CSS gives you so many ways to go into your HTML document, select elements and style it. It is just incredible. That is why anyone who can master front-end technologies will and must and should have a job in the IT industry, because such creative minds are most in demand right now. And a full stack developer is somebody who should be able to do this along with also work on the back end, along with it also make sure he can work with the database. He's somebody who is the jack of all trades. Any confusion till this point of time? Wonderful. Now let's move on to the next pseudo-class selector. The next pseudo-class selector which you guys must have clarity about is called as the only of type pseudo-class selector. Now this guy can be of immense value to you in a variety of situations, but let me give you a simple example for you to understand its use case. If I take you to my browser output, this is a simple HTML file which I have created, which has 3 paragraphs, and clearly it is visible that every paragraph has hyperlinks, right? For example, in the first paragraph, interpreted is a hyperlink. If I click on that, yes, it takes me to a Wikipedia page which speaks about interpreted language. If I go back, and if in case I click on general purpose programming language, it takes me to another Wikipedia page with relevant information. Now, if I go back, what you guys have to understand now is, see, there are a variety of hyperlinks. In the first paragraph, there is only a single hyperlink. In the second paragraph, there are many hyperlinks. In the third paragraph, there are many hyperlinks. But what I want to do is, I want to write a CSS selector in such a way that it only and only styles such hyperlinks which is the only hyperlink in a paragraph. And out of the 3 paragraphs here, tell me which is the paragraph which has only a single hyperlink? It is the first paragraph. And which is that hyperlink? Interpreted. And hence, if I style it like this, only that should get selected. None of them should get selected, because in the second paragraph, it doesn't have only a single hyperlink. The third paragraph doesn't have only a single hyperlink. It is only the first paragraph which has a single hyperlink. Or another way of putting it is, in the first paragraph, there is a hyperlink which is one of a kind. I hope you are able to think. Which is the only of its type. Any confusion till here? Now, how are we going to do this if you ask me? Very simple. Now, let me show you. If in case I take you to this HTML document, this is how the HTML document looks. So, if you see inside the body, there is a division and a p tag. In that, there is only a single anchor tag. If I come down, there is another division. Inside that, there is a p tag, and there further there are many hyperlinks. If I come down, there is another division. Inside that, a p tag, and there are many hyperlinks. So, if I scroll on top, the first division and its p tag is the only p tag in which there is only one hyperlink, only of its type. Any confusion till this point in time? I want to select only this guy. How are we going to do this? Again, the traditional approach could be, you will assign a class to this and you will select it, right? That also will work. If I have to give you an idea, see, I will go inside that a tag, I will give a class there. I will call that class as only of type. I will call this class as only of type. I can do this, right? I will do this, and now let me use internal styling itself. So, before that, this is the document tree. Clearly you can see this is the document tree, and I have assigned a class to the first anchor tag. Now, when it comes to styling, I will go there, and there I will just tell dot, because that is class selector. Name of the class is only of type. Only of type. And there I will put declaration, and inside that I will tell background color orange. The moment I do this, my dear friend, yes, this will get selected because there is only one element which matches this class. So, if I go back to my browser window and if in case I refresh it, clearly that gets selected. But this is not an efficient approach, because if in case I go back to my HTML code and there, if I add one more hyperlink, if I just scroll down a little bit, what I will do is maybe this one word called as logical code, right? I will cut that logical code. I will cut that logical code, and including code, you please cut it, undo, including logical code. That one part I will cut it, and that I will put it inside another anchor tag. As you guys can see, now in this paragraph, there are 2 hyperlinks. But what was my expectation? To select this hyperlink only and only if it was the only hyperlink in the paragraph, if it was the only of its type. But there are 2 of its type now. I hope you are able to think. Of course, I have left the href empty, it does not matter, just to show you that it is another hyperlink. Would you agree with me? But if I scroll on top, clearly you can notice the way you have written the class selector is such that it will select based on class, and class selector will just see, oh, this belongs to the class, it will select it. It does not care whether it is only of type. Just the name is only of type. It does not act as only of type. So now, if I take you back to the browser window and if I refresh it, you can notice this is also hyperlink, that is also hyperlink. It's not, this is no longer the only of type, but it got selected. This is why I told you class selectors cannot adapt to the change in the document structure. That's where pseudo-classes are super helpful. If you use the pseudo-class only of type, this problem will be automatically solved. So watch it. If in case I go back and if I take you to the code, and there if in case I now change, I'll remove this entire selector, and there I will tell select anchor tags A, but I will attach a pseudo class to it, so colon. The name of the pseudo class is only of type, only of type, and see the syntax, make sure you are registering it. I will put the declaration. There I will tell background color is orange. Any confusion? Now the thing is, I will go remove this class from that anchor tag. I will go remove that class. I hope till here it is clear. Now the thing is, tell me, is this the only of its type? No, there are two, which means nothing will get selected. If in case I take you to the browser window and if in case I refresh, clearly you can see that did not get selected because it is not the only of type. But if I go back to my HTML code and if in case I go and remove this last anchor tag, that logical code, I will remove that anchor tag, not completely, only the A part I will remove. Yeah. If I remove that, then now there is only one anchor tag. This is the only of type, right? Which means if you look at this tree carefully, inside div, inside P, there is only one anchor tag. It is the only of type. Any confusion till this point of time? Which means it should get selected. So if I take you back and if in case I refresh, you can notice this has got selected. So only of type is extremely useful and I hope you have understood it. Let's move forward. Now let me introduce you to few more pseudo-class selectors which is going to be very helpful when you write complex CSS selectors. The first one is called as the first child, the second one is called as the last child, and the third one is called as the nth child. Now these pseudo-class selectors, how will you be using them in real time? If you're curious about it, let me show you with an example. See my dear friend, if I take you to my browser window, I have already created an HTML document, I've rendered it and kept it ready for you. Very simple document. There is a list called as popular languages and clearly it's an unordered list. There is another unordered list called as popular frameworks. There is another unordered list called as highest paying jobs, right? Now if you want to know the HTML code which is generated this, let me show you. This is the HTML code. Now here you must focus. First and foremost, I have another file called as index.css ready because clearly this is my external style sheet and I will be linking both of them together. Now what I want you to understand is here I am now created the document in a certain way. So if you look at it, forget about HTML, forget about head part. Let's start with body. If I start with body, there is a div inside the body, which I am showing there. Inside the div, there is an h3. Inside the same div, there is a unordered list. Inside the unordered list, its own li or list elements are there. That is the end of that division. If I scroll down, there is another division. Inside that, there is its own h3. Followed by there is another unordered list and its list elements, after which there is another h3 followed by another unordered list and its list elements, end of that division. So two divisions I have. First division has one unordered list, second division has two unordered lists. This is my document structure. Crystal clear till this point of time. Now understand my expectation. My expectation is very, very simple. I want to style the first list element inside every unordered list. The first li inside every unordered list I want to be styling. Now how will you do that? Again, the traditional methodology is people will go and say what is there in that? I will just assign a class to every first li element. So I will just go there and I will give it a class. I will call it as first. I will copy that class. And I am going to paste it inside every first li. Even there, first li I will paste it. Will this work? 100% it will work. So watch it. If I go to my CSS and I use my class selector by telling dot first, and if in case there I tell background color orange. If I do this, will it work? 100% it will work. So if in case I have to show you the output, if I just go there and if in case I refresh it, clearly you can see that all the first elements have got selected. But the problem here is that if the document structure changes, the selector does not adapt itself to the change in structure. To give you an example, this is how my tree looks as of now. What I am going to do is I am going to do a simple thing, which is I will go into my first list and after UL I will press enter. And I will put one more li there. and I'll just tell Perl, P-E-R-L, like this. Now Perl is another scripting language. It was quite popular, nowadays not very much, but yes, Perl is my first element. Now, should this C get selected or should Perl get selected? 100% Perl should get selected, because if you look at my tree, there in my first UL, there is another li which is added. But unfortunately, the change in the document structure will not reflect on the selector. The selector will not adapt itself. And this time, if in case you look at the output clearly, you can notice that if in case I go here and I refresh, then C is selected, though Perl is the first li element. So obviously this does not work. It is not able to automatically identify the first child. So class has its limitations. That is what I am trying to reinforce again and again. That is why pseudo-classes exist. Now using pseudo-class, how will we be modifying this? If you ask me, let me show you. What I am going to do here is, I will go remove this Perl. I will remove that Perl. I will remove that class called as first. Everywhere I will remove this class called as first. There also, bottom also class first, and there also class first I will remove. Clear till this point of time? Now what I am going to do is, I will go into my CSS and there I will remove that entire selector. And now watch it. What do you want to select? You want to select all the first LIs, right? Not just all. When you say first LIs, look at the first LI. The first LI is nothing but the first child of the UL or the unordered list. The first child of UL is nothing but your first LI. So I will tell LI like this. But what should be unique about the LI? It should be first child, colon I will put. And I will attach my first pseudo class, which is nothing but first child. First hyphen child. And there inside that I will tell background color orange. The moment I do this, semicolon I will put. If in case I have to execute and show you the output, clearly I will go here and if I refresh it, all that Perl and all goes, C is selected clearly. But if the document structure changes, automatically this will adapt. So watch it all of you. If I take you back to my document structure, this is the structure which I have. Now watch it, I am going to go here and I will make a change, which is I will add Perl as my first li element. So I will just go there and I will add li Perl like this. Now automatically this should be selected, not C. But because you use pseudo classes, adaptability is obviously there, adaptation will happen. So watch it like this. If in case I show you the output and if I refresh it, this time Perl got selected. Change is reflected. Any confusion till this point of time? So perfectly it works. That is the beauty of first child. Now definitely my friend, if there is something called as first child, then don't you think there is something called as last child also should 100% be present? As you can see, I am just changing it to last. Now see what you are telling? Go and select all such LIs, which is the last child, right? Which means if in case I just refresh, clearly you can see all the last childs have got selected like this. Any confusion till this point of time? So first child, last child is crystal clear for all of you. Now, what if I did not want to select either the first child or the last child? Instead, I wanted to select some child in between. Maybe I wanted to select Java, which is the third child. If I scroll down, I want to select Node.js, which is the third child. If I scroll down, I want to select Data Scientist, which is the third child. First child clearly will select the first, last child will. If I want to select something in between, well, my friend, it's very simple. If that is your expectation, you must be using another pseudo class called as nth child. Now, how will we be using nth child? Let me show you. For that, let me just bring back the document structure for your reference. Here, what I'm going to do is, I'll go here, remove this selector completely. Now, see what I will do. I will tell li is what I want to select, but not just any li. So I'll add a pseudo class to it. I'll put colon. And I will tell nth, nth hyphen child, child followed by parenthesis, so that you can tell which child you want to select. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, you can tell any number. I will put the declaration. Inside that I will tell background color orange. Now, which one did I want to select? I wanted to select the third child. So what I am going to do now is, I will just go there and I will tell 3 like this. The moment I tell 3, it will see which is the third li inside every ul, and that is what it is going to select. So watch it, all of you. If in case I take you to my browser window and if in case I refresh, clearly it has selected all the third li elements. If I make that as my CSS document, you can see it will select all the fourth li. So if in case I go here and refresh it, all the fourth li's have got selected. Any confusion till this point of time? So I hope till here whatever I have spoken is crystal clear to all of you, right? Now let us try to merge all of these, first child, last child, nth child, and try to write some really cool complex selectors, right? Are you interested? Stay tuned. My friends, if you recollect, in the last class I had introduced you to these pseudo-class selectors, namely first child, last child and nth child. Hope you guys have revised and practiced the same. But now let me show you something interesting wherein I can combine first child and last child together and achieve a very unique property. What I mean to say is, let me take you to my HTML editor. Here you can see it is the same list as what I had in the last class. If I scroll down, I have popular languages, I have popular frameworks, I have highest paying jobs, and I have one more list with just a single element, which is best edtech companies, and of course there is only one world's best edtech company, which is the Top Academy, and naturally I put only one list element. So if in case I go down to the HTML code here and scroll down and show you the same, as you can see in my second division, I have one more H3 called as best edtech companies, and inside that just one li called as the Top Academy. Any confusion till this point of time? Great. See, now I want to, if I go back to my Chrome and if I scroll down completely, this is what I want to select. I want to select only and only such a list which has a single element. This is what I want to select. And if you have really focused in the last class, you would know that if at all an element has only a single element inside it, has a single child inside it, don't you think one more way of putting it is the only child? Which means I want to select the only child. Now some of you may say, okay, only child, there is already a pseudo-class selector called as only child, use that. Yes, you can use that also, but you can achieve it in another way. How, if you ask me? Look, it's interesting. I'll go into my external CSS file and I will tell li, that is what I want to select. Now to this I'll attach a pseudo-class, so I'll put colon. The first pseudo-class I will attach to it is first child. Right? Clearly, this will not only match this, it will match the first child in every li, but I don't want that. What I want is, I want the only child to be picked. So what I will do is, I am going to not only attach one pseudo-class, in fact I am going to attach one more pseudo-class to li. Rohit, can you attach multiple pseudo-classes if you ask me? Yes, my friend, certainly you can. What is the syntax? Put another colon. And then I will tell last child like this. So I will put the declaration as well. Now how do you interpret this? See, it's very simple. I am telling, pick such an li which is the first child and also the last child. Now tell me, if somebody is both the first child and the last child, what does it mean? He is the only child. That's what it means, isn't it? So by combining first child and last child together, I am basically applying the only child condition. Really, will it work, you might ask? 100%. I'll just tell background color orange. The moment I do this and I go and I refresh this page, as you can see, only Top Academy got selected. If I scroll on top, nothing else has got selected if I scroll completely on top. Any confusion till this point in time? Which means only such an li has got selected, which is the only child. Only child is nothing but first child and last child. A child which is both the first and last is the only child. And 100%, you can also achieve this using the only child pseudo-class. So watch it, I'll just remove this first child, last child completely. And that I will make it as only -child. Just to show you this also works, I'll change orange to maybe teal like this. And now if in case I go back and if I refresh, clearly you can notice that it has worked. Any confusion till this point of time? Now let me show you some really cool things you can do with the nth-child pseudo-class. What if I told you that using the nth-child pseudo-class, you can select even elements. you can select odd elements, you can select a range of elements. All this and more you can do with an nth-child pseudo-class. Don't believe me? Let me practically show you how these things can be done. If in case I take you to my editor, this is the same example which we have, wherein we have different lists like this, right? Now what I want to do is, I now want to select every even element in every list that I have, which means C, Python, C#. 2, 4, 6, there is no 8, so it will stop here. Similarly here 2, 4, there is no 6, so it will stop here. If I scroll down, 2, 4, 6 should get selected. If I scroll down, this should not even get selected because this is 1. How are we going to do this is the bigger question. Well, it's very simple. You can actually pass an expression as a value to nth child, and this expression should be generally in the form of an plus b or an minus b. In fact, many a times the plus and minus b is optional, and hence you can give it just as an also, right? Now maybe you understood, maybe you didn't. Let me give you an example. Now I want to generate a list of even numbers. Now how will I do that? Let me show you. The general form is an plus b or an minus b, right? So I'm just showing it as an plus minus b. That means plus or minus b. Now below that, if I want only the even elements, I will write it as a is 2, n is n itself, and I will tell plus 0. Now plus 0 makes no sense, so I will remove it. What is remaining is 2n. Now when you say 2n, n value always starts from 0. So see, if I start substituting values of n from 0, if n is 0, n is 1, n is 2, n is 3, n is 4, n is 5, do you see what you get as a result is nothing but 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. In other words, what you're getting is nothing but even numbers. Any confusion till this point of time? Similarly, you want odd numbers. Very simple. I'll remove this. General form is the same, but this time I will tell 2n plus 1. If I tell 2n plus 1 and I start substituting values for n starting from 0, do you see what you are going to get is 1 followed by 3 followed by 5 followed by 7. In other words, you're getting all odd progression. Like this, any arithmetic progression you can create, right? Any type of number series pattern you can create, provided it falls into the general form, which most of it will anyways fall into the general form. Now that you know how to generate even values, how to generate odd values, let us use this in nth child and check, right? Anyways, I'll remove this for the time being. Now, watch it all of you. I want all even li's to be selected. How will you do this? I'll tell li. But I don't just want any li to be selected, so I'll apply a pseudo-class. The pseudo-class is my nth child. Instead of telling 1, 2, 3, I'm going to pass an expression in the form of 2n like this. Inside I will come and I will tell background color orange. The moment I do this, what you must understand is, let me show you 2n, right? I'm just substituting the values of n for you. If you see, when n is 0, you will get the answer as 0. But tell me, this is the first li, second li, third li, fourth li, fifth, sixth and seventh. Is there 0th li? No, nothing gets selected. Now when n is 1, you will get 2, which means the second li gets selected. Next, when the n value is 2, you will be getting 4, which means the fourth li gets selected. Similarly, sixth li gets selected, but there is no 8th li, so it stops. Any confusion till this point of time? How awesome is this? Really will this work, you might ask. Watch it. I'll just refresh. If I scroll down, all even values only have got selected. You want all odd li's to be selected. Just one change. Make that as 2n plus 1. The moment I do this, if I refresh it, you can see all odd values got selected, right? As a matter of fact, I'll just copy this entire selector and I will paste it again, and I'll make it as 2n and I will make that as violet. If I do this and if in case I refresh, you can notice all odd elements in one color, all even elements in one color. Any confusion till this point of time? So perfectly it works. So such control, who can give you? Only these advanced CSS selectors can give you. As a matter of fact, you don't even have to write 2n plus 1 2n. There is keywords given. For example, this is for odd, isn't it? Just remove 2n plus 1 and I will just tell ODD odd. That's it. I will remove 2n and I will tell even. Automatically it means 2n itself. And if in case I refresh, you will see nothing changes because it perfectly works. Any confusion to this point of time? So it's very, very powerful. Very powerful. Now imagine, in so many different permutations and combinations you can combine selectors together that you can select elements in really, really crazy and unique ways. Anyways, I hope I was clear till this point of time. However, I want to show you how using this nth child, you will be able to select a range of values. I will just comment these two selectors. I will just comment it. I'll just comment it. If I refresh it, all my selecting all these colors is going to go away. Great. Now what I'm going to do is I'll come back inside index.css, understand my expectation. I want to go into every list. Starting from the third li, I want to color everything. Starting from the third li, I want to color everything. How are we going to do this is what some of you will be thinking. Well, if starting from the third li you want to color everything, you can be using the nth child. How, you might wonder? I'll show you. I'll just tell li. I will tell nth child. I'll tell nth child like this. Now, what did you want? You wanted it to be colored from the third element, right? Very simple. Don't use your brains too much. Just tell n. Tell plus. Now, from where do you want coloring to start? Third one. I will tell 3. How does this work, you might ask? Very simple. Let me show you. N plus 3 is my expression. First n value is 0. What is the first value you will get? 3. N value is 1. What is the next value you will get? 4. N value is 2. What is the next value you will get? 5. 3, 4, 5. Obviously, it can continue, but till wherever there is elements in the list. Here, till 7 it will continue, after which it will stop because there is no 8th element. But this progression keeps going on. Any confusion till here? So see, I told n plus whichever value I want to start from. Automatically from that value downwards, it is going to select everything. Really, you might ask. Let me show you. Background color orange. The moment I do this, if in case I refresh, 3 till end, come down, 3 till end, come down, 3 till end. Of course, if I come down here, it doesn't even get selected because it's the first li. How awesome is this? Now, how to select first child, how to select last child, how to select some child in between, how to select even children, how to select odd children, you've been able to understand. But what if I wanted to color from 3 till 5? What if I wanted to color? So see, 3 Java, 4 Python, C++, 5. 3 to 5 I wanted to select. In every list, 3 to 5 I want to select. How can we do this? Range. Well, it's very, very easy. Let me comment this as well. I'll just comment it. Now again, remember this. No need to think so much. It's a very simple trick I'm telling you. What is the element you want to select? Li. I will tell li like this. Colon I will put. I will tell nth child. And again, I will not tell anything inside here for now. Again, colon I will put. Again, I will tell nth child. Any confusion till this point of time? Brackets I will put. Declaration I will provide. Now, understand, okay, orange I will tell that. Anyways, now let me go and refresh this out, so because I don't want any of these selectors to be there. Great. Now see here, my friend, very simple. Consider this first nth child to be the starting. Consider the last nth child to be the ending, where you want to start, where you want to end. Now don't think too much. I will go inside the starting nth child and inside I will tell n plus. I will come inside the last nth child and I will write the reverse. I will tell minus n plus. Here it is plus n plus, there it is minus n plus. Now after plus what should I tell? Now tell me, where did you want it to start from? You wanted it to start from 3, isn't it? Tell that 3. That's it. I'll go inside that and tell me, where did you want it to end? You wanted it to end at the 5th element. Tell 5. That's it. If you do this from 3rd child till 5th child, this styling will be applied. Again I'm repeating. I'll remove it. I'll retype it once for you and show you. Watch it. I'll remove this entire selector completely. You remove that li nth child completely. Yeah, I'll just tell li. I'll put a colon. First I will tell nth child. After which again I'll put a colon. Once again I will tell nth child. Right. Now inside this first nth child, tell n plus, positive n plus. No need to tell plus. There I will tell minus n plus. Think of this as a range. Where do you want the range to begin? 3. So I will tell 3 here after this. Where do you want the range to end? 5. I will tell 5 there. Inside the declaration I will give my property values, and in this case I want background color to be orange. The moment I do this, if I go here and if I just refresh it, clearly you can see 3 to 5, 3 to 5, 3 to 5, and obviously that will not get selected. Any confusion till this point of time? So nth child is very powerful. You can use it in different permutations and combinations, but I hope how to select even, how to select odd, how to select from a particular value till the end, and how to select a range of values is crystal clear to all of you. This is really going to be a powerful tool when you actually start styling your own HTML documents. And in the interview, if you can explain in this nature, 100% you will leave the interviewer very, very impressed. Now let us move forward and try to achieve some more complex selections by combining different selectors that we have learned. If you are excited, stay tuned. Now let me show you the expectation that I have. See, what I want to do is, I want to select only the first unordered list amongst all my unordered lists. And which is the first unordered list? This is the one. Popular languages. In that, I want only the first li and the last li to be selected, which means 2 criteria. First, it should be the first UL. I want to select the first UL. Next thing is that the first li and the last li should be selected. How are we going to do this? Well, for that, I should also be showing you the document structure. So this is the document structure. Now, if in case you look at it, how are we going to identify this first UL using that tree? Very, very easy. If you look at it, this UL is inside the first division. If you look at the first division, is there any other UL other than this UL? No. Don't you think it is one of a kind? It is the only of its kind. Now, is there a pseudo class which will allow you to select based on this criteria that it is the only one of its type? Definitely, only of type is there. Which means to first select that UL, I should be writing a selector, and this is how the selector looks. I'll just go there and I will tell UL is what I want you to select, but not just any UL. So I'll attach a pseudo class. Which is a pseudo class? Only of type. Only of type. Wonderful. This will select that first UL for me. Now, as you guys can see, this is going to select the UL which is only of its type, which is the only one of its type, and clearly in the first division the UL is the only UL present, so this satisfies. I will reach the first UL. Wonderful. Now in the first UL I want to enter and select its children, right, which are li. So I will leave a space here and I will tell li. If I tell li, then what the space means is descendants. But I want to be more specific. I want only the li's to be direct children, which they are. Anyways, I will just put a greater than, because you know greater than means direct child. So direct child li I want. If I stop here, it will select all the li of the first UL. But I don't want to select all the li. I want to select only the first child, which means I'm further going to add a pseudo class to this li and say first child. By now you're experts at this. Then I will give the declaration. Inside the declaration, what I'm going to do is I'll tell that the background color has to be orange like this. Now if I do this much and if I execute and show you, watch it. I will go here and if I refresh, it will select the first UL in that the first child. But I also wanted the last child. That was my expectation. So what I'm going to do is, this selector can only do this much for me. So I will go back, copy this entire selector, and I'm going to paste it once more. And UL only of type will select the first UL. Greater than will make me enter, see the direct children. There if I tell LI, it will see LI, but not just any LI, first child it is telling. But here I will change it to last child. You know this as well. Now if in case I do this and if in case I refresh it, clearly last child also has got selected. But one more thing to observe here is, the declaration of the first selector and the second selector are one and the same. Why should I keep repeating the same declaration? When two selectors share the same declaration, we can always group them together. Grouping is possible in CSS. So what I will do is, I am going to cut this part. I will delete this second declaration. And what I will do is, after the D of that, I will put a comma. And there I will just press enter. As you can see, there is a comma there, and I will paste whatever I have copied. Any confusion? So for this selector as well as this selector, the declaration is the same. If in case I go there, I'll change it to violet so that you know there is some change that is happening. If I go here and refresh it, clearly you can see it works. Wonderful. So how to group selectors, how to use multiple different types of selectors, one you've been able to understand. So everything has been taught to you for a reason. Now I'll go comment this selector. I'll go comment this complete selector. I'll go refresh my page. So clearly there will not be any styling applied. Any confusion? Now understand my expectation clearly. If I bring back my document tree for your reference, in this document tree, what I want to do is, I want to select all the first ULs in every division. In every division, I want to select the first UL. What this means to say is, in this division, this is the only UL. Only UL is also the first UL. If I scroll down, this is my second division. In that there are two lists. In that, this is the first UL or first list. So I want to select both of them and color their entire background as violet. This is my expectation. Now how are we going to do this? See, there is a hard way, there is an easy way. First let me show you the hard way. What is the hard way if you ask me? Now the thing is, if you look at this document tree clearly, right? This first UL inside the first division is such a UL which is the sibling of the H3 above it. And that H3, look at that H3 and tell me, the relationship between H3 and the first UL, what is it? It is sibling. But what kind of sibling? General sibling or adjacent sibling? Adjacent sibling. Right after H3, UL is there. Similarly, in the second division also, watch it. If I scroll down to the second division, even in the second division, this is the first UL. Above that, it has a sibling, which is H3. H3 and UL are adjacent siblings. Any confusion? Which means first, I should be able to select H3. After H3, inside a division, I should be able to select its adjacent sibling, which is UL. If I do that, it works, absolutely. Any confusion till this point of time? Now, why I'm calling this as the hard way is because whatever you're doing now can be done even more simpler in just one line. But first let me show you the hard way. So watch it, I'll come here and I will tell, hey, go to div, right? I will leave a space and I will tell greater than, because I want only direct child. And the direct child should be H3. H3 I will tell. Any confusion? Now look at that H3. There are multiple H3s. But do you want this H3 or do you want this H3? You want this H3. Look at the document and tell me whether it is this H3 or even if I scroll it up a little bit, even in the first division, this H3, what is common between these two H3s? What is common is, it is the direct child of the division, but it is not only the direct child, it is the first child. Would you agree with me? So then, very easily, I am going to tell, hey, select div, go inside div, find its direct children, in that find H3, but not just any H3, I want the first child. So I'll add a pseudo selector to it and I will tell first child. Any confusion till here, my dear friend? This will select the first child H3 inside every division. Now right below the first H3 is the first UL. So they both are not children, they are siblings. What kind of siblings? General siblings or adjacent siblings? Adjacent. So I will leave a space and I will tell plus. Plus is a combinator to tell adjacent sibling. Which adjacent sibling do I want? UL, like this. Any confusion till there? Next I will put declaration. and inside that I'm going to tell background color violet like this. If I do this, and if in case I take you to my browser window, and if in case I refresh, you can see the first list in every division has been colored. Beautiful, isn't it? But the problem here is this selector cannot adapt itself to the change in the document tree. It cannot adapt itself. What I mean to say is, let us assume on top of the first H3 in my first division, I am going to press enter, and there I will put one H2 tag. I will just tell dummy H2 like this. I'll copy that, paste it in the second division above the first H3. Any confusion? Now, if I also show you the document tree, right? If I show you the document tree, look at the document tree now changes. Now tell me, if I tell, hey, go to div, great, it will go to div. Go inside div, find direct children, yes, it will go inside div. And it will tell H3 first child. Now tell me, does any of the H3s satisfy the first child category? No, because none of them are first childs now. In fact, they are the second child, which means this fails. If this fails, where is the question of selection happening? So if I go back, and if in case I refresh, you can see no styling is applied because document tree changed, document structure changed, and this selector could not adapt itself to it. But at the same time, what was my expectation? Inside every division, select the first UL. Another way of rephrasing it is, inside my first division, this UL is the first of its type, correct? There could be n number of ULs, but this is the first of the UL type. If I scroll down, this UL is also the first UL of its type. First of type it is. I think you are getting the drift. What I would like to use is a pseudo-class called as first of type that can easily solve all these issues. What do you mean, you might ask? Let me take another example and show you, but before that, I would just like to show you that if I just add that one pseudo-class here, how life will change. I'll remove all this. What I will tell is div. I will leave a space. I will put greater than, so that direct child. In direct childs, I want to select ULs. I will tell UL. But I want the first UL. First UL means it should be the first of its type, which means I'll put a colon and attach a pseudo class called as first of type, like this. So much circus we did. See how easily you can write the code. Now if in case I go and if in case I refresh, there you go. Any confusion till this point of time? Let me show you how easy first of type is. And if there is first of type, there is something called as last of type. If there is last of type, there is something called as nth of type. How are we going to use this? Let me show you. Now let us use the next three very useful pseudo classes, which is the first of type, last of type, nth of type. Now you should be able to easily understand it. Watch it, all of you. I'll take you to my browser window. I've created a simple example here where there are few lists, list 1, list 2, list 3, list 4, list 5, list 6. 6 lists I have. If I have to show you the HTML code behind this, it's very simple. Watch it. This is the HTML code, wherein forget about head, title, external CSS linking, all that. Start from the body. Parallelly, I'm creating the tree. Inside body, I have my first division. Inside the first division, I have my first unordered list. Inside that, its list elements. Followed by the second unordered list, its list elements. Followed by the third unordered list, its list elements. Then there is another division. Inside that, first list, second list, third list. That is my document tree. Any confusion? Now understand my expectation. What I want to do is, I want to select the first unordered list inside every division and style it in a certain way. Very easy. If you look at the tree, the first UL is the first UL, which means it's the first of its type. Would you agree with me? Is there a way to select based on first of type criteria? Yes, first of type pseudo-class is there. So it's very easy. I'll just go there, I will tell UL, and there I will, first of all, I want inside div, so I will remove that. I will tell div, and then I will leave a space. I want direct child, so I'll put greater than, after which I will tell, hey, select ULs, but not just any UL, it should be the first of its type. So I will attach a pseudo-class, first of its type, first of type. Then comes the declaration. Inside that I will tell background color is violet. Wonderful. Will this work? Let me take you to my output window. Upon refreshing, you can see first of its type, first of its type. That's why I've named all that in the first division as ABCD, all that in the second division as 1, 2, 3, 4, so that you know that that is the first of its type, this is the first of its type. Any confusion till here? If there is first of type, naturally there has to be last of type. I want to also style all such ULs, which is the last UL inside a division. How to do that? Very easy. I'm going to come there, write a new selector. Below that I will tell div, please select div, leave a space, find its direct children, so greater than, in that UL, but not just any UL, it should be the last of its type. Last of its type. So see, pseudo-class, colon I've told, last of its type. Inside that I will tell background color is orange. Wonderful. If I go and if I refresh it, all the last of its type has got selected. Beautiful. So easy. Without this, if you had to select it, can you imagine how much you would have struggled? So people who have created CSS have thought of all permutations and combinations. It's my duty to teach you all the combinations. It's your duty to practice, and practice so much that these combinations come out in different permutations and combinations from your mind to help you achieve the kind of styling you want on your HTML pages. Anyways, first of type, last of type is clear. But what if I want to select the second UL in every division? What if I want to select the nth UL in every division? Which means nth of a type should be there, isn't it, my friend? Watch it. I will go put another selector. I will tell, hey, you have deleted the brackets. I will go there and I will tell div, and I will tell, hey, leave a space. I will tell direct child, so greater than, and then I will tell what you have to select is ULs, but not just any UL. I want the second UL, so I will tell nth of type. Nth of type. And which is the nth value? It is 2. So I will tell 2. And there I will tell background color is grey. If in case I do this and if in case I refresh it, you can see every second list inside a division has got styled. So easy to do, isn't it? It works. Now, what I would like to do is, I will comment all of these selectors. I will refresh my HTML page, in which case no selector is applied. Now that you have understood nth of type, let me ask you a question. Do you think I will be able to select all even lists? Do you think I will be able to select all odd lists? Is such a thing possible? Definitely, because you have learned nth child concept. In nth child concept, you know an expression can be passed as input. Would you agree with me? Same expression which is of this form, which is an plus or minus b, can be applied here also. So watch it. If I want all odd lists to be selected, I will just tell div, then direct child relationship. Which direct child? UL. And this UL should be the nth child. And I will there tell 2n plus 1, because you know that is how you select the odd number of elements. Inside that I will tell background color, and maybe I will tell orange like this. If in case I do this and if in case I refresh, clearly you can see in my first division, first list, third list. In my second division, first list, third list. Or you want only even, one change, go there and make the 2n plus 1 as 2n. As simple as that. If in case I refresh, all even, all the second lists have got selected because they are even. In fact, keywords also can be used. I will remove that 2n and make it as even. If in case I refresh it, then the output remains the same. If in case I make that as odd, If in case I refresh it, then you can clearly see it works. Any confusion till this point of time? So it works, perfectly it works. So I hope slowly you're getting a grasp of how CSS selectors work. First of type, last of type, nth of type. Very, very useful. My dear friend, if in case you guys recollect, in the previous classes we were talking about advanced selectors in CSS. Under advanced selectors, the discussion was about pseudo-classes. Now let me tell you, pseudo-classes can be further categorized into three types. The first type is what I would like to call as tree structural pseudo-classes. The second is what I would like to call as dynamic pseudo-classes, and the third is your UI state pseudo-classes. Now what I want you to understand is, of course, there are n number of pseudo-classes under each of these categories. Of course, these pseudo-classes under tree structural is something that you are already aware of, such as first child, last child, nth type, only of type, first of type, last of type, nth of type. So many different permutations and combinations we have seen. But now the bigger question is, what can the dynamic and UI state pseudo-classes do for us? Well, if you're curious, let's get started. Now, to give you an example of the dynamic pseudo-classes, under which you have the link pseudo-class, the visited pseudo-class, the hover pseudo-class, and the active pseudo-class. Now, what do these pseudo-classes do for us? If you're curious, let me write a simple example, right? So, I will just create the HTML structure. Inside that, what I'm going to do is I'll give example as the title. After which I'll come inside the body, and there I'm just going to put one simple h2 tag, right? One header I want. I will tell good NGOs like this. So I'll put apostrophe, yes, like this. Next I will come inside that, and I would like to give 3 hyperlinks to 3 NGOs, right? So I'll just create a hyperlink or an anchor tag like this. And href we will see, but inside that I will just go and I'll give the first foundation's name, and this is the first foundation's name. So it is the Bharati Foundation, and people do a lot of good work there, right? Great. After which, what should be right inside href, you might ask? I'll just go give the link to their website there. So I'll just tell the https:// Bharati. So I'll just press enter after the closing of the first anchor tag, so it is clearly visible to us. bharatifoundation.com. Just press enter after that. Yeah. Is it clear to you? So I will also just format it correctly. I'll just indent it so that it is visible correctly to us. I hope I'm clear to here. Next, what you might ask? Next, this is my first hyperlink. Similarly, I will just create another hyperlink. So I'll just copy that first anchor tag, paste it again. And in the second time, indent it correctly. I'll just paste it again. I'm going to change the name of the foundation to Cuddles Foundation, which is another very famous NGO which does a lot of good social activities. Similarly, I'll make the change in the href as well. I'll make it as Cuddles Foundation. Wonderful. Now, again, I will paste it once more. And here what I'm going to do is, I'm going to now give it another name. Maybe I will change it to Gunj Foundation. There also I will make it as gunjfoundation.org. Right. Now I'll just indent everything correctly once more. Any confusion till here? Wonderful. Now what does the output look like? Let me show you. If I take you to my browser window, and if in case I refresh it, clearly you can notice that this is how the output looks like, wherein I have got h3 and my 3 links like this. But they have come one next to the other because you know that these are inline elements. So I need to force line break. How do you do that? BR tag. So everywhere I'll go put a BR tag. BR, like this. If in case I go and refresh it, you can see it comes one below the other. Wonderful. Now next, what you might ask? Next, the thing what I'm trying to help you understand is, these are all hyperlinks. Now tell me, have I clicked on them? No. Another way of saying it is, have I visited these links? No. But you can notice that these links automatically are one color. Now what my expectation should be is, if in case any of these links are unvisited, their background color should be orange. If in case I take my cursor, click it there, and I take it and I go visit that link and I come back, then it becomes a visited link. The moment it becomes visited, its background color should be violet, so that the user knows that this link I have visited, this link I have unvisited. Now this is my expectation. Now how are we going to do that, you might ask? It's very, very simple. That is where your dynamic pseudo classes come into the picture. Because see, dynamism means what? Action. If in case I go click, then some action should happen. If in case I visit and come back, some other action should happen. So based on action, the behavior must change, the styling must change. How to do that? Let me show you. I'll go use internal CSS itself. So after title, I'll press enter, and I will just put angular braces. I will tell ST and I will press enter. So I'll go inside the style tag. Inside the style tag, what I'm going to do is, now watch it. I will tell, hey, select the anchor tag by telling A. To this, I want to attach a pseudo class. I'll put colon. Now to tell that, hey, listen, pick such anchor tags which are unvisited. You must be using a dynamic pseudo class called as the link pseudo class. And that is what I'm going to attach by telling link like this. And inside that, inside the declaration, what I will tell is background color, and the background color has to be orange. I will tell. Right? The moment I do this, and if I go refresh my page, you can notice that all of the background colors have become orange. Any confusion to this point of time? Because none of them are such links which I have visited. But at the same time, if I visit and come back, I should know it is a visited link. Its color should change. So what to do, you might ask? Simple. I will come after this, I'll press enter, and there I will again tell pick anchor tags A. But not just any anchor tag. I want such anchor tags which have been visited. For that, I will use another dynamic pseudo class called as visited. So watch it. I will tell visited like this. And there I want the background color to be violet. So I will tell background color and I will tell violet like this. The moment I do this, then you can notice the difference. See here. Now I will go there, I will refresh my page, and upon refreshing, what I will do is, I will go click on Bharati Foundation. If I go click on Bharati Foundation, then it has taken me to the Bharati Foundation website. Now if in case I go back, you can notice the color has changed. What has it changed to? Background color has become violet. If in case I go and I click on Cuddles Foundation, right now I visited. Now when I come back, Cuddles Foundation link has become a visited link. Background color has become violet. But Goonj is still unvisited. Background color is orange. If in case I click on Goonj Foundation, then clearly you can notice it is telling a site cannot be reached. There is some problem with the website. That is okay. If in case I go back, now that also becomes a visited link. Any confusion till this point of time? Which means that dynamically I'm able to change the color of my hyperlink based on whether it is a visited or an unvisited link. To select unvisited links, use a pseudo class called as link. To select visited links, use a pseudo class called as visited. I hope till here it is completely clear. But these dynamic pseudo classes don't stop there. Let us assume whenever I take my cursor and hover it over any of these links. See, I'm just showing you, this is the cursor. If I take the cursor and hover it, this is only called as hovering. I'm not clicking. I'm just making the cursor hang over it. That's only called as hover. If I hover it, I want the background color to become red. How are we going to do this? If you ask me, simple. I'll just come here, press enter, and I'll tell, hey, pick such anchor tags. A, I will tell. Now, to this anchor tag, I will put a colon. And I'm going to attach a dynamic pseudo class by the name of hover. Hover, I will tell. So now it will pick such anchor tags on which the cursor is being hovered, and there I will tell background color should be red. Colon I'll put. Now watch it. If I go here and if I refresh it, nothing you will see as change here. But if I take the cursor on Goonj Foundation, watch it, it becomes red. Take the cursor on Goonj Foundation, right. If in case I take the cursor on Cuddles Foundation, it becomes red. If I take the cursor on Bharati Foundation, it becomes red. Any confusion till this point of time? So it works. Similarly, let us assume if I take the cursor and if I click on a hyperlink, but I'll not release the cursor, I'll just click and keep it. Then I want the color to be pink. Technically, such a state where you're clicked on a link and not release the cursor is called as the active state. Based on the active state, coloring should happen. How to do that? Simple. I'll go there and I will tell A colon and I will tell like this. Maybe the name of that pseudo class is only called as the active pseudo class. So I will tell active. And if in case it is active like this, I will tell background color as pink. Background color pink. I will tell. Any confusion? Now you can notice if I go refresh the page here, then if I take the cursor, there it is becoming red, correct. But if I take the cursor on Goonj Foundation, click it. If I click and keep it, go back, I will not leave the cursor, I will just click and keep it. You can see it is becoming pink. Similarly on Cuddles Foundation, if I click and keep it, it becomes pink. Similarly on Bharti Foundation, if I click and keep it, it becomes pink. And why Goonj, if I go back, why Goonj Foundation is because their website some problem was there, so I've not yet visited there. That is the main problem, is why it remains the same color. But I hope till this point of time that how these dynamic pseudo classes can be extremely helpful to you is clear. Link for unvisited links, visited for visited links, hover when cursor is being hovered, and active when it is in the active state. So I hope these things are crystal clear to all of you. How we will be using it in real time? Well, that is up to you. If in case you want to create a website wherein the user can keep track of the links he's visited, track of the links which is unvisited, definitely you can do this. Whenever he takes the cursor on a link and you want to highlight that link, you can use hover. Whenever he clicks on a link but doesn't release it, to show him that he has clicked and kept on a link, you can make use of active. So the ball is in your court. Use it however you want. But I hope what these dynamic pseudo classes can do for you is crystal clear. Now let's move forward and try to understand how your UI state pseudo classes can be of extreme use to you. Now it's time for me to introduce you to the UI state pseudo classes. These are all the different UI state pseudo classes that you have. But upon learning them, upon mastering them, what is the kind of advantage you would be seeing if that is what you're thinking? Let me show you with an example. Watch it, my friend. This is a simple HTML form that I've created. But this simple form is made so amazing by adding CSS to it, right? Now let me show you what and all CSS can do for you. Watch it. If in case, see, there are many boxes here. If I just hover my cursor on the first box called as name, do you see one message comes, enter your name? But if I remove the cursor from there, it disappears. If I hover it again, it comes. If I remove it, it goes. If I hover it, it comes. Do you see how beautiful it is? Not only that, if I click inside that box, its color changes. Did you notice that? And inside that, if in case I type something, automatically it becomes bold. I'll tell Rohit like this. As you can see, it becomes bold. How awesome is that? Similarly, if I hover the cursor on the next box, college, nothing happens. And in fact, even if I click inside the college, nothing happens because this is an input box which has been disabled. And clearly you can see the border of this box and this box is distinctively different. Any confusion till here? If I hover my cursor on the next box called as primary email, one message comes, enter your mail. And of course I can enter my mail as well. Rohit@thetapacademy.com. And before I enter, the moment I just partially enter, do you see one icon comes here? Saying that, hey, it is an invalid mail ID. But if I complete it, Rohit@thetapacademy.com, if I make it, then it becomes a tick mark saying, yes, valid mail ID, which means some amount of validation also it is doing. And this message will only be there as long as the cursor is hovering over it. If I remove the cursor, that message goes, but the tick still remains. And if I remove that .com, if I remove .com, see, if I remove .com, then again it comes back. If I put .com, then it comes back. Any confusion till there? Awesome, isn't it? All this can be done using CSS, and I will show you how to do it. Not only that, now this secondary email is optional. Whether I give it or I don't give it, I can still submit. But do you see its border is distinctly different? And if I take the cursor there, it is showing a message. If I remove the cursor, the message goes. If I take the cursor, the message comes. Hover effect. Right? Because it is optional, I will leave it. I will not give it. Next, password. If I hover the cursor there, it gives me a message. Any confusion till here? After which inside that password, if in case I put some password, it will come in dotted things because it's a password type input. After which comes the gender, and there are 3 radio buttons. Automatically male is selected. But if I click on female, notice automatically that radio button size increases and this female or the label becomes red. If I click on other, it changes. Do you notice? Click on female, click on male, you can notice how it changes. Similarly, I have something called as age, right? If I go there and I give an age, like for example, I will give, if it is 17, it shows that no, not the right age, because I have set that the age should be in the range of 18 to 100. If I give 100, watch it, then it says tick. If I give 101, it shows like this. If I give it as 16, then it shows like this. But if I give it as 18, then clearly you can see it shows tick. Beautiful, isn't it? How awesome is this? Then there is something called as MOD, short for mode of delivery, wherein I have already shown that it is online. And in fact, they can't change it. See, even if they want to, they can't change it. And if I take the cursor there, it is telling, hey, sorry, only online mode of delivery is available due to COVID. Right? So as you can clearly see that this is an input box which is only read only. Value is already there. User cannot write a value into it. He can only read only type input. And of course, if in case I go and click on submit like this, you can notice thank you for your response comes. Anyways, I'll go back. Any confusion till this point of time? So perfectly this works, and there is so much for you to learn through this one example. So what are we really waiting for? Let's start coding this from scratch. Now let us first create the structure of this form. Styling can be done later. And also I'm not going to write any CSS code here because you can clearly see there is a presence of the link tag indicating that the CSS is present in an external style sheet by the name of index. Regardless, let us enter into the body section, and there, because I have to create a form, and you can see above the form there is a heading called a sign up form. So maybe I will also put a heading. I will put an h2 tag like this. And inside that h2 tag, I will tell sign up form. Sign up form. Any confusion till here? Now let me execute this much and show you in a different file. So watch it. If I just go to my browser window, change the tab to a different file, and if I refresh it, this much has come. Sign up form has come, and I will just increase the size a little bit here. Sign up form has come. Any confusion till here? Wonderful. Next, if I go to my expected output, you can see in my expected output, forget about this border, color, all that in CSS we will do. But there is a box called as name, which is a text box. There is a box called as college, right, which is disabled. How to do that we will see later. So first let me create these 2 boxes. So I'll just come here, and first all this is a form, which means use the form tag. So I'll tell form like this, and I'll press enter. Right, inside the form tag, what I'm going to do is, first there is a label called as name. So that's what I will do. I will tell label. And inside the label, I will tell name and a colon like this. Any confusion? Right, don't leave that space, remove it. Next, I will come below that label, and there I am next going to create an input. So I will tell input like this. And it is going to ask me, hey, what is the type of the input? I will tell the type is text. So I will tell text like this. And definitely a name has to be given. Maybe I will call the name as name itself. Logical name I will give it. Any confusion? Also, you can notice all these boxes are of the same size there. So first only I'll ensure all of them are the same size by telling size equal to 15 like this. And all this in depth I have taught you when we had discussed forms in HTML, and if you don't recollect, always go back and rewatch the video. This is clear to you. Now let me refresh this much and see how it comes. So if I take you to my expected output and I refresh it, you can see name and 1 box has come. Wonderful. Similarly, if I take you to the expected output, I have college as well. So I will just copy these 2 lines. 2 lines I'll copy it, paste it again below that. I will change the label to college, and type is text only. Name I will make it as COL, short for college, COL. Size is 15 only. Now if in case I go and I refresh and show you, watch the output carefully. If I refresh it, yes, college has come. But why has this happened is because I didn't want it to come in the same line. But these are inline elements. Label next to it the text box, but in the next line you wanted college, which means where this input ends, you should put a line break. So that's what I'm going to do. I'll just go there and put a BR tag. And if in case I go back and refresh it, clearly you can notice like this it happens. Any confusion till this point of time? Yes, you might say alignment is not proper, sir. See, because if I go to my expected output, clearly alignment is there. But those of you who have watched the forms lecture know that by using a table, you can bring this perfect alignment. That we will do later, but let's create the general structure. So I'm going to go back to my EXMP, my expected whatever output I'm doing. I'll just refresh it, but this is how it looks as of now. But if I had made this into a table, this alignment issues only would have not happened. How, you might ask? Very simple. I'll go inside the form, press enter. There I will just tell table. No. Table like this I will tell. Great. Now what I will do is I'll go inside, I'll press enter inside the table, and I would like to create a row, so I will tell tr. Right. I'll come inside by pressing enter. There I will create one table data or a column, so I'll tell td. Right. I'll press enter. One column. One more column I want, so I'll come outside td and create one more td. Like this, I'll press enter. Great. Now the first column will have the label. The second column will have the input. So watch it, I'll go cut the label, paste it inside the first td. That's it. I'll cut the first input without the BR. BR is not required, and I will cut it and I will paste it here. As simple as that. Any confusion till here? So if in case I do this much and if in case I refresh it, you can notice now clearly this gets aligned, right? Similarly, if you keep putting this within different rows and different data, it will work out perfectly, but I am not going to put the table or the row or the table data right now. I am going to do it only in the end for a reason, which is I am going to use the tree of this HTML to explain to you how to style that document the way we are expecting it. But if I put the table right now, unnecessary tags will come in between, tr, td, all that. The tree document structure will become big. Without that, we will first understand. Later, we will just put back the table and anyways it will work. So I will just undo all of this and bring it back to how it originally was. But I hope you understood why I am not putting table and how easily alignment issues can be fixed if you use a table. Any confusion till this point of time? Perfect. Now what am I going to do is, as of now I have created like this. So similarly, there was one primary email, secondary email. Watch it. That is what the expectation was. Primary email, secondary email. Let's create that. So I'll come here, press enter. And there I'm going to put one more label tag and I'm going to call it as primary email. Primary email. Next, input tag. So I will call that input and the type is going to be email. Name, I will call it as primary mail, so I'll call it as pmail. Right? Size is 15, so that standardization should be there. 15 I will get. Any confusion till here? Now similarly, I'll copy these two lines, paste it again. Copy it, paste it again, and after pasting it, label is going to become secondary email. And then type is email, but name I will make it as yes mail, short for secondary email. Size is 15 only. If I do this much, will it work? But before that, as you can see, at the end of this input, I want a line break, so I'll put a BR there. Anyways, at the end of this input also I need a line break, I'll put a BR there. Now if in case I go back and if I were to refresh it, clearly you can see primary email, secondary email. Any confusion till here? Great, we understood till this point of time, you might say. Now if I go back to the expected output, there is also password. Now password is very straightforward. So watch it, I'll just copy the label and the input, paste it again, change primary email to password. Colon I will put, after which next is I'm going to come, type I will make it as password. Password we have done. Any confusion till here? Name I will make it as PWD, short for password. And all this is for the backend server when it is going to extract the information. But make it a standard practice even though you are only learning Frontend now. Any confusion till here? Wonderful. I'll put a BR tag there also so that anyways line break happens. Okay, fine. Next, as you can see, here I have one gender label. So I will put label and I will tell gender. Gender. Okay. I'll just scroll this on top. Right. Gender is done. I'll come down. Next to it, there are 3 radio buttons. Now, how do you create a radio button? Simple. I'll tell input. Type is going to be radio. Name is going to be gender. Any confusion till here? So everywhere we have used small, let us always maintain standardization. That also will make it as small g. Wonderful. Now what you must understand is that if I do this much, and if in case I go and I refresh and show you, I'll refresh it. Password came, gender, one radio button came, right? If you want, you can select that radio button. See, I'm selecting that. But the user will not know what he selected. In fact, you will also not know what you selected. Is why radio buttons must always compulsorily come with an attribute called as value, which shows that if you select it, which is the value which must be selected and sent to the server. So I'm going to go after name, I'm just going to tell value like this. And the value, maybe in double quotes, I will just tell capital M because it has to be male. And next to this radio button in the same line, I want one label also to come called as male. So after input, I will press enter and I will tell label. And in the label, I will just tell male like this. Wonderful. Now it makes sense. See, if I go back and if in case I refresh it, now it is male. If I select that, they know, oh, it is male. And not only that, the value which will be sent to the server is capital M, indicating male. Now I want to give 2 more options. I want to give male, female, other as well. So how am I going to do this? Simple. I will now go and I will copy this input part and that label part. Yeah. And I'm going to paste it again. See, again, that this label gender was not required. So I'll remove that because that should only come once. Right. Remove that line. Any confusion till here? Now my friend, what I want you to understand is here type is radio, great. Name is gender only, correct. But the value should not be M, it should be F for female. And the label there I will make it as female like this. Clear till here? Now watch it. If in case I also, before I refresh it, I will just put the other one also. So I will just copy these 2 lines, paste it again, and I will make that value as O for other. And then I will make that female as other like this. Capital O. Wonderful. Now if in case I do this much and if I go and refresh it, clearly you can see male, female, other, right? Ultimately only one value he should be able to select. He can't be male and female and other, or female and male, and he cannot select multiple values. And how do you ensure that a radio button can select at any given point of time only a single radio button can be selected? You can do that if the name is the same for all radio buttons. See, gender, 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 which means at any point of time it will allow you to select only once here. If I select male, male gets selected. If I select female, male gets deselected. If I select other, female gets deselected, so on and so forth. I hope you get the drift. Next, what you might ask. Now, till here it is clear. Now, if I go to my expected output, you can see that after this there was age with a range as well, right? How am I going to do that? Very simple. I will come back here, I will press enter, and I will first put a label in the form of age with a colon, after which I am going to come and I am going to tell input. Now the input is a number, so I will tell type is number. Name I will call it as age itself, logical name. If you do this, range will not be satisfied. See, if I take you to my output and if I refresh it, yes, okay, we did not do a line break. Let us go put a line break there. So at the end of the other label, I will put a BR, not there, after other, I will put BR. If I do this and if in case I go back and if I refresh it, yes, it has come in the next line. But if I go there, I can tell any age. I can tell 999 also. No problem. So this should not happen. It should be within a range, right? Otherwise, I will not be able to do validation. So how I will do is simple. There are 2 other attributes which you have to use, which I have already explained. One is called as the min attribute, other is called as the max attribute. These two attributes you will have to use, and that is what I'm going to go here and do. I will go and I will tell min equal to, and the minimum age is 18. Similarly, I will tell max equal to, and there I will tell max equal to 100. Wonderful. Any confusion till this point of time? Yeah, this much is clear to us. Now, so this much I have done. I will refresh it there, right? But the thing is, you can enter age beyond that. But when somebody is sending this input, validation level problem will happen, and how to do that validation I will explain. But again, you can see this box is different. So I will just make all of them the same size. So I will make this also a size 50. I'll just go there, make it a size 50. Yeah, if in case I go and I refresh it. Now, though I'm refreshing, you might be wondering, why is this not changing? Why it will not change is because you have given the type as number. The moment you give it as type number, there is a predefined size which you cannot override. I've told you, there are few attributes and their values of HTML elements which we cannot be messing around with and we cannot be modifying as and how we please. So this is fixed, is why you cannot do anything about it. If I go to my expected output and show you, there also you can notice that the age tab is of a certain size. Any confusion to that? Anyways, after age, there is another thing called as mode of delivery, which is also a text box itself. But it is such that it is only read only, nobody can enter. How to do that we will see. But for the time being, what I'm going to do is, I'll put a BR after that last input, so a line break happens. I'll just scroll it up a little bit. Yeah, I'll put that BR. Next, in the next line, what I'm going to do is I will tell that label is MOD. MOD colon. After which I am going to go and next I will give input, and then I will tell type is text itself. Name is, I will call it as MOD, short for mode of delivery, right? And then what I am going to do is, I want this value called as online to already be there. How are you going to do that, you might ask? Very simple. I'll go there and I will give another attribute called as the value attribute. So watch it, value I will tell, and there I will go and tell values online like this. The moment I do this, and if in case I go refresh and show you, watch it, I will take you there, and if I refresh it, yes, it has come like this. Online is already there, but it is not read only, because I can go click there, remove that, and I can tell offline as well. I can tell offline like this. So it doesn't work. So what should you do? What to do? I will tell you. Anyways, I'll remove that offline. If I refresh this page, automatically online comes, but I want that to stay. It should be unmodifiable. I have two things to do. One is I must disable this college and I must make this read only. How to do that we will see, but let us complete the structure first. If I go to my expected output, you can notice here after this MOD is finally a submit button. And anyways, I would like this size also to okay, let it be, let us standardize it. Here maybe I have not done it, but I will tell size equal to 15, and this will definitely work because it is type is text. Size equal to 15. Any confusion? I'll put a BR tag. Line break happens. In the next line I'm going to come. And there submit button, you guys, all of you know, I'll just tell input, type equal to submit. Name is equal to submit. It's optional, I'm just giving it. Anyways, if I scroll on top till the opening of the form tag, you can notice form tag you have opened. Now, what you should tell is inside this form tag that, hey, if somebody clicks on submit, what is the action which must happen? Now, I told you in a real-time project where you're not only creating front end, but there is a back end as well, what is actually going to happen is this data in the form is going to be collected and sent to a particular server computer somewhere else. That server computer's URL is what will be mentioned here. But since backend is not part of the equation right now, I'm just going to redirect it to an HTML page which I have inside the same folder where I have index.html called as response.html. So I'll just go there, leave a space, and I'll tell action equal to. And there I will just tell response.html like this. Any confusion? Now if I go and refresh it, You can notice I'll just refresh it, submit also. Okay. Wonderful. Now, if I go to my expected output, few things I want to immediately do. First of all, I want to disable college. How will you do that? You might ask. Simple. I'm going to come inside the input tag, which is designed for college, which is this input tag. And in that input tag, I'm going to give one more attribute. So watch it. Inside that input tag, I will come and I'm going to press enter and I will give one more attribute there. I will call it as disabled itself. You need not give any value to it. True or false you can give, but it is not necessary. If you just tell disabled, it knows that it is disabled. Automatically, everything is enabled, the opposite of disabled, which means you can give input. But explicitly, if you tell disabled, it will get disabled. Really, you might ask, if I take you and if I just refresh it, you can clearly see that now college is disabled. I cannot enter anything inside that. Any confusion till this point of time? Even if I click there, see, nothing happens. I can't give anything. Similarly, if I go back to the other window, you can notice here, I want this to be read only. How do you do that? Simple. I'll come down to the input tag for a mode of delivery, which is this. And there, after size, I'm going to add another attribute. And the attribute's name, any guesses? Read only. So I'll tell read only like this. See, read only. And no need to give any attribute because automatically everything is read write. Which means you can read also, you can write also into it. But if you tell read only, it becomes read only. Really, you might ask. Let me refresh and show you. If I refresh it, now if I go click on online, if I try to remove that, nothing happens. I can select it, but I can't remove it because it is read only. That's it. Wonderful. Which means the basic structure is ready. However, the true magic was in CSS, right? Now, if in case I hover the cursor on name, no message comes here. If I click inside name, the color does not change. If I type something, automatically it does not become bold. None of this happens, right? So what do we do? Similarly, if I go inside primary email, as I'm writing some word here, whether it is valid or invalid, those icons don't come. Many things have to be done. Anyways, let us now begin styling this form. Now, let us style our form, right? This is my HTML document. This is my external style sheet, inject.css, and all the CSS code I will be writing inside this. So if in case I take you to my output window, this is the same CSS document. This is our recently created form. But if I show you my expected output, clearly you can see everything in the background is yellow, correct? How are we going to do that here, you might wonder. Very simple. I'm going to go here and I will tell, hey listen, select the body tag by telling body. Put the declaration. Inside the declaration I will tell, make the background color as yellow. Like this. The moment I do this, if I take you to our form and if I refresh it, clearly you can notice the background color has become yellow. Any confusion till this point of time? What else you might be wondering? Now if I take you to the expected output, clearly you can notice here that there is a border for the form. And if you also see everything inside the body, what is the type of the font? It is all cursive in nature, right? At least inside the form also it is cursive in nature. So what I will do is I will go inside body, there I will press enter and I will tell, hey listen, the font family, make it as cursive. Font family, make it as cursive like this. Any confusion? Now, if in case I take you back to my output and if in case I refresh it, clearly you can notice everything has become cursive. The next thing is this form always has a border. This form has a border. So how are we going to create the border if you ask me? Like this, I will come back into my CSS, I will press enter and there I'm going to tell, hey listen, select the form tag and I'll put the declaration. Inside the declaration I will tell, please give a border by giving a property called as border. Usually border, I will have 3 values associated. One is the thickness, which I will tell as maybe 3 pixels. Next is what type of border. There are different types of borders. Solid border, dotted border, dashed border. But I want it to be a solid border, so I will tell solid. And the color is black, so I will tell black. if in case I do this much and if in case I come and I refresh it, clearly you can notice that the border also has come, and only thing that is worrying you is this alignment, isn't it? Don't worry, as I told you, we will put all this inside a table and it will take care of itself. But anyways, this much is taken care of. Now comes the interesting part, which is if I go back to my form there, the one which we have to create, you can notice that all of such boxes which are required, right, which are compulsory you have to be providing, all of them have a different border. The one which is disabled has a different border, dotted. The one which is optional has a different border. The one which is this one, which is again this read only, that also has a different type of border. Now, how are we going to style it in such a way that each of this will have a different border? If you ask me, let me show you. Now, let me make sense of these borders for you. First and foremost, there are few fields in my form which is absolutely compulsory to be filled, which I would also like to call as required. There are few fields which are not required, they're optional in nature, right? So, if you clearly see which is required, the borders will tell you which is required. Name and primary email have a different border because I made it so because both of them are required fields. This one is dotted in nature because it is a disabled field. Whereas the others, such as your password is also required, as you can see, it comes with a different kind of border. But if you talk about the mode of delivery, which is anyways read only, and your secondary email, their borders are similar because these are called as dashed borders. And to give you an example, see, I will just go and I will not give anything. I'll just press submit. If I press submit, immediately it will tell please fill out this field. Required, compulsory. I'll just tell Rohit. Right? If in case I press submit, you can see next it will tell fill out this field. Required. I'll go put some Rohit@thetapacademy.com. The moment I do that and I press submit, you can see next this is required. So some password I will tell. But now, though I have not given anything in primary email and this is anyways read only, this is anyways disabled, if I press on submit, clearly you can notice it works. So I'll go back. Did you understand what we have to do? So first let me go to HTML and make sure that each of these fields work that way. So if I come to my HTML page, first of all, I wanted this name to be a compulsory field. If you want it to be compulsory, you must make use of an attribute called as the required attribute. So that's what I'm going to do. I'll go there and I will tell required like this. And you don't have to give any value. You have to just tell required because you can tell true or false, but just telling required is also enough. I'll copy that required. What else was required was the mail. So I will go to email and inside that input also make it as required. What else was required was the password. So I'll go into password and I'm going to tell required like this. The moment I do this and I take you back to my output window, there if I take you back to our form which is getting styled, and if I refresh it, if I just press submit, you can notice it happens. So it works. Same, it will work for primary email also, password also. So required has worked. Anyways, college has been disabled, right? Now, only if you explicitly tell required, something is made compulsory. Otherwise, automatically it is not required or optional, which means even this secondary email is anyways optional and this is anyways read only. So it does not matter. Any confusion till here? Now let us style it that way, shall we? So I'll come inside my CSS document and see inside CSS, I'll come there. And now I will tell, hey, please select input. Input like this. Now I want whichever input is required or compulsory to have a different kind of border. Now how are you going to select it? Well, my friend, this is only your UI. Now if anything in the UI is compulsory, that should be selected. That is where UI state pseudo-classes come into the picture. And the pseudo-class which I am going to make use of is a pseudo-class by the name of required itself. So how to attach a pseudo-class? Colon. Name of the pseudo-class? Required. And then I will go put the declaration. Inside that I will tell border. And I want the border's thickness to be 2 pixels. I want the border to be a groove type border. And next I want it to be violet in color. So I'll tell violet. The moment I do this, and if I just go refresh, clearly you can notice all required inputs have got styled, because this pseudo class will only select such input tags which have been made compulsory, which have been made required. So beautiful, so efficient. Any confusion till this point of time? Now that you have understood required, how do you select the not required ones, right? Opposite of required. Now there are two ways you can do this. Let me show you the first way, which will come handy to you in different scenarios. And how you will achieve it is by using another pseudo class by the name of the negation pseudo class or not pseudo class. How does that work, you might ask? Very simple. See, I'll come down. What I will do is I'll just copy this entire thing. I'll just copy it. I will paste it again, right? And what I will do is here from groove, I will change it to maybe dashed like this. Right, as of now, this will select required only, but I don't want it to select required. I want it to select not required, which means the opposite of required I should select. In other words, it should select all inputs which are not required, and that is where the negation pseudo class comes into the picture. So watch it, I'll remove this required, and the pseudo class I'm going to attach is a pseudo class called as not. Not always comes with a parenthesis. I'll put parenthesis. And inside the parenthesis, you must further tell which is the pseudo class it has to negate, which is the pseudo class it has to find the opposite of, and which is the pseudo class I have to find the opposite of. Not required is the opposite of required, which means I'll put a colon. That is how you tell pseudo class, and required I will tell. Any confusion? So see, select such inputs which is the negation of required, which does not contain required. How awesome is that? Will this work? Yes. If I go refresh it, clearly you can notice all of these have become dashed. Why did submit also become dashed, you might ask? That is because submit also I have not told required, I have not made it compulsory, isn't it? So even that got selected. Any confusion till this point of time? However, I wanted required to be groove borders. I wanted optional, which is secondary email and age, to be of this dashed, but I want whatever is disabled to be dotted in nature. How are we going to do that? Simple, which means you want to select an element based on its state. And what is the state of this input? The state of this input is that it is disabled. Is there a way to do that? Yes, that is where UI state pseudo classes play a picture. I'll press enter there, and I will one more line, and I will tell input. I will attach a pseudo class, colon, which pseudo class? If you ask me, as you can see, the pseudo class which I will be using is the disabled pseudo class. So disabled I will tell. Any confusion till this point of time? I'll go into the declaration, and there, once I've told disabled, it is now going to select all such inputs which are disabled, and there is only one, and that I will tell border. And the border thickness is 2 pixels, but I want it to be dotted in nature and violet itself. The moment I do this, and if I go and refresh, you can see the change reflects in only one. Any confusion? This changed, nothing else changed. I hope you are able to think. Now, similarly, what I want to now do is continue styling like this, but all the borders I have taken care of. However, what is very curious now is, if in case I take you to my final output, in my final output, if I take the cursor on any of the input tags like this, it gives me a message. See here, if I hover it, it says enter your name. If I hover it below to the mail, it says enter your mail. If I hover it to password, it says enter your password. If I hover it to this mode of delivery, it says like this. Any confusion? But before that, if I take you to my output, look at this. Here, required, disabled, optional. Correct? Whereas this MOD, yes, this is also optional, but this is read only. right? If I go to my expected output, see there the coloring is different. There the coloring is different. So what should I do? So what I should do is, I should be able to select a input element based on the state that it is a read only. Can you do that? Definitely. There is the read only pseudo-class. Read only is a UI state pseudo-class. So watch it. I'm going to come there and I'm going to come down and press enter once more, and I will tell input. And there I'm going to put a colon, and there I will attach a pseudo-class called as read only. Any confusion? And usually pseudo-classes always come with a hyphen between two words. There I will tell, hey listen, the background color should be gray. So I will tell background color gray, like this. I'll do this. Now if in case I go back and if in case I refresh it, clearly you can notice this also has happened. Wonderful. So slowly styling is happening. Now my friend, listen to me and listen carefully. What did I tell you? That if in case you want to find the opposite of a pseudo-class, opposite of a state, use the negation. Now, not required means what? Optional. You can use the negation to achieve it. You can also use another UI state pseudo-class by the name of the optional pseudo-class. You can use this also. How to use this? Let me show you. I'll just go comment this one out to show you it works the same way. I'll just comment that out. And I will come below that and I will again tell, hey listen, select input. Leave one more line space, top and bottom, yeah. Now I will go there and I will tell input. Which pseudo class should I attach to? Optional, like this. Optional, and there I will go and I will tell border, and the same thing I will tell. Border is 2 pixels and dashed and violet, like this. Any confusion? If in case I do this and if in case I go refresh it, clearly you can notice there is no difference, it works. So negation also works, optional also works. Any confusion till this point of time? Wonderful. Now all this border etc. is done. As I said, if I go back to the expected output, there if in case I move the cursor on any box, a message comes like this. Technically my dear friend, this is called as a tooltip. What does a tooltip mean is, it is giving you a tip as to what you are expected to fill here, if in case somebody doesn't know. How are we going to do this? Well, one thing is clear, only if I hover it comes. If I remove it, it doesn't come. If I hover it, it comes. So based on the hover state, I should be able to bring an element. How are we going to do this? Let me show you. Now I want your 100% focus if in case you have to understand what I'm saying. See, the thing is simple. If I hover over this input tag, watch it, a tooltip has to come. This is basically nothing but a paragraph with a red color background. That's all it is essentially. But how are we going to achieve this? Now you must focus. If I take you to my HTML document, you must understand that I'm just showing you this HTML document in the form of a tree. This is the tree. And how to make a tree, I know all of you are experts now. See, now the thing is that message should come after which tag? It is coming after the tag where I am collecting the name of the student, which is nothing but this tag. So I'll go there, I will press enter, right? And what I'm going to do there is, there I will add a p tag. I'll tell p like this. And there I will tell enter your name. Enter your name. Wonderful, I've done this. But if I do this, automatically the tree structure also changes, where below this input, now I have a p tag, right? And this input tag and this p tag are siblings, are brothers, are sisters, are siblings. And in fact, they are adjacent siblings because they are one next to the other. Keep this relationship at the back of your mind. Now see, if I just add this p tag and if I go execute and show you, I'll just take you to my form, and there if I refresh it, like this p tag comes. Ah no, I do not want this. I want this to come only when I hover on top of this. Which means initially, I do not want this p tag to be displayed at all. Can you do that? Yes, you can by modifying the property of this p tag. more in detail about this. When I take properties in CSS, you will understand beautifully. But for now, whatever is required, let me teach you that much. See, I will go into my CSS and there, after the last input tag, I will press enter and there I will tell P. That is the tag I want to select. I will give the declaration. Inside the declaration, I will tell, hey, listen, there is a property called as display. Right? Now, there are a variety of values display can have, such as inline, such as block. More about it I will speak. But right now I will tell, don't display P. How to do that? By telling none. If in case I do this, and if in case I go and refresh this, you can see the moment I refresh, that P tag disappears because you only told not to display it, it will not display it now. But it should be displayed under a specific condition, which is if in case somebody hovers the cursor on this input box. How are we going to do this? For this, let me take you to my HTML document and understand what I'm trying to say carefully. This is my HTML tree, the same tree. This is my CSS document. Now see how I'm going to write the code. I'll go into my CSS, scroll it completely on top. Right. So here what I'm going to do is, I'll go and I'll first select this input tag. And I will write this selector in such a way that this input tag will get selected only if it is being hovered on. How to do that? Simple. I'll tell input. Now, you want a dynamic state to be selected, which is hover. You know dynamic pseudo-classes, and which is a pseudo-class will give you hover effect. Hover class. So I'll put a colon and I'll tell hover. Any confusion? If somebody hovers over an input tag, then what I will do is, I will leave a space and I will tell, hey, listen, plus like this. I will tell. Plus means what? Find adjacent sibling. Adjacent sibling means who's right below. And who should be right below is a P tag. I will tell P. So, if somebody hovers over an input and if that input tag has a P tag as its adjacent sibling, that P tag gets selected. Now, I will put a declaration. And I will tell, listen, this P tag that you selected, please style it in such a way that it is displayed. Now tell me, should it be displayed below the input box or beside the input box? If it should be beside the input box, should it be inline or should it be block? Because block will always cause line break. Inline will stay in the same line. So watch it. I will just tell display. Initially I told don't display, but now I will tell this P tag display it inline like this. Any confusion till here? Not only do you have to display it inline, next property that I will give it is, I will tell its font family must be monospace. Monospace. Any confusion? Yes. Next thing what I want is that its background should be red. So I'll tell background color red. Wonderful. Wonderful. So see what this means is input. If you tell input, all inputs it will select. But if you attach hover, only such input tag which the cursor is being hovered on will get selected. If it is being hovered on, find its adjacent sibling P. And tell me which is the only input tag which has an adjacent sibling P. It is that first input tag that P gets selected. And then whatever is there will be displayed inline, which font family will become monospace, it will have a background color of red. Any confusion till here? Will this work? Let me show you. If in case I go here and I refresh it, nothing you will see, but if I hover over the first name tag, no matter how much I am trying to hover, unfortunately what I am expecting to happen is not happening. Now what could be the reason? Let us try to debug it. If in case I go back to my HTML code, you can notice this is my tree. In the tree, I have clearly shown that after the first input tag, what I have as its adjacent sibling is a P tag. But if in case you go into my HTML document structure and check, you can notice that after this input tag, you have an additional BR tag and then P. So when you tell, hey, find an input tag on which the cursor is hovering and find its adjacent sibling P, unfortunately, this P is not an adjacent sibling. It's not right below input. Right below input is the BR tag. Hence, we have to be very, very careful of such things, my dear friend. is why these BR tags are not required at all if you put this inside a table. But for the time being, I put it, but there is a solution. I need this P to be an adjacent sibling, isn't it? So what I will do is I will cut this P and I will put it after input. Anyways, it will be visible only if I take the cursor and hover it. So how does it matter whether it is here or there? Now let us see whether it works. If I take you back, and now if in case I refresh this page, and now if I hover it over name, as you can see, enter your name. Perfectly it works. So what is happening is, when you hover, this selector gets activated, it goes to P, display of P which was none now becomes inline. See, it is getting displayed inline. Next, font family becomes monospace. See, font type is monospace. Then background color is red. Background color becomes red. And because it is inline, it only takes as much space as is required. It does not create a line break to happen. If it was block, you would have taken the entire width of the screen and it would have taken a block. See, if I just make that inline as block over there, if I just go to display and make that inline as block, then clearly you can see if in case I go refresh, even now if I hover it will come, but see how it comes as a block element. Always in a new line. Always the entire width of the screen. One line before, one line after. All that I don't want is why I made this as inline. So I'll go undo it and just make it as inline like this. Now if I save it and I come back, refresh it here, clearly it comes as a beautiful tooltip only if I hover. Wonderful. So I hope the root cause of why it was not working before is crystal clear to all of you. Similarly, I want a P tag saying that enter your email to come here, enter your optional email to come here, enter your password to come here, enter your age to come here, and here I should tell that only online delivery is available due to COVID. I want such messages. How are we going to do that? Simple. The relationship remains the same. This selector only should apply to all of them. It is just that new P tags we will have to be putting it, right? So see how things would work. If in case I go back, right? And what I'm going to do now is, like this, I will just copy this P tag. And then after the second input and not college, sorry, email. So I'll go to the email and in between BR and that I will just paste it. Press enter. Yeah, press enter again. Yeah, as you can see I've pasted it and there I will change it to enter your mail. I'll copy that P tag and I'll paste it after that optional email also. Yes, and there I will make it as, maybe, yeah, I'll just make it as enter your optional mail, not yes mail, optional mail. Any confusion to this point in time? Similarly, for password also I will paste. And there I will make it as password. Similarly, for age also, I will go there. And after that input, yeah, in between BR, I will just paste it and I will make it as enter your password. Enter your age, sorry. After which I will come down and there I will just tell, there also near that mode of delivery, I will put that and I will just tell only online mode of delivery available. Only online mode available, MODE. Only online mode available due to COVID. Any confusion till here? So see, whenever I hover on top of an input box, it will select this. Then it will find an adjacent sibling P. And whichever is its adjacent sibling P, it will make it inline, make it monospace, make it red. So watch it, if in case I save this and I go back and if I refresh it, then if I hover over name, correctly that statement comes. If I hover over primary email, that one comes. If I hover over secondary email, that one comes. If I hover over age, that one comes. If I hover over MOD or mode of delivery, that one comes. Beautiful tool tips you have created. Congratulations, right? This is how you make forms, which is just black and white HTML into something really, really fantastic. And you can see what and all options CSS can provide for you. Now that it is clear till this point of time, Next, what we have to be understanding is, if I go to my expected output, the clear difference is, if I click inside name, the box color changes. And the font, when I'm typing, it becomes bold. Its thickness increases. Thickness is technically called as font weight. And this background color becomes silver. Technically, when I click inside an input box, what I'm doing is I'm focusing on that box. This state where an input box is being clicked and is ready to accept input is only called as the focus state. Based on the focus state of my UI, can I select an element and style it? Yes. That is where your UI state pseudo-classes come into the picture, and I'm going to be using such a UI state pseudo-class called as focus. So watch it. I'm just going to come here and I will tell, hey, select such input tags, and to that I will attach a pseudo-class, and the pseudo-class is focus. Any confusion till here? If that is so, I'll put the declaration and tell background color should be silver. And the font thickness should increase. So I'll tell font weight should be bold. If I do this, and if in case I take you to my form, and if I refresh it, now you can notice focus on name, tooltip comes, background becomes silver, and if I type something, it becomes bold. Focus on primary email, background color becomes silver, font weight becomes bold, like this, as you can see. Any confusion till this point of time? So it works perfectly. Next, what you might ask. Now the thing is, we have been able to successfully do all of this. However, if I go back to my expected output, in the expected output, the beauty here is, in primary email, if I go there, right? And if in case I type some primary email, such as if I just tell R, then you can see it says, hey, sorry, it is invalid, right? Similarly, if I tell ROHI@tapacademy.com, then it becomes valid. Same is the case with age. If I give it an age which is valid between 18 to 100, select that, see it says valid. If I make it 180, it says invalid. How do I bring an image here is what all of you will be thinking. Well, if you have understood focus, if you have understood hover, then easily you should be able to do it. How to do it? Let me show you. Now to show you how to achieve this, wherein if in case I go and I remove that .com from my primary email, then the moment that .com disappears, this comes. But if I put .com, and in other words, it's a valid email ID, this tick mark comes. Basically, these are images, right? How are we going to use these images? Watch and understand carefully. If I take you to my HTML document, you must understand these are those two images, right? Now, this tick mark image, I will have to put it below my primary email and secondary email. And only when I focus, and if in case it is valid, it must work, it must appear. How are we going to do this? First of all, you know that it is the image tag which you have to use in order to embed this image. So watch it. I'm going to go in below my, this is your enter your email, and this is my primary email. So what I will do is, below that P, I will press enter. See, not after BR, because then the relationship I want will not be formed, right? I'll just go there and I will put IMG like this. And there it will ask me, hey, what should be the, if I press enter, it will now ask me, what is the source? So, yeah. Now the source is, I'll give the name of that tick mark, and this is the name. So check.png. Any confusion? I have done this much. Now, automatically, if I just do this much and leave, see what happens. If I take you to my output window, and if in case I refresh, like this one tick mark is going to appear like this, one big tick mark. This should not happen. In other words, if I reduce the size of this form a little bit, you can see how big this tick mark is. No. This should only appear if certain conditions are satisfied, right? So, first of all, I will have to change the nature of images in my form in such a way that it appears only if a condition is satisfied. Just the way we made P not to appear automatically, we can make IMG also not to appear automatically. So I'll just go down, and there I will tell IMG, and there I'm going to tell display none. If I do this, and if in case I go there and if I refresh it, automatically it does not appear. When should it appear? We will see. Now similarly, I will go back to my HTML document, and also what should appear is another image, which is that warning type icon, right? Which is what I'm calling as warning.png. This should come when it is invalid. Anyways, I will go below that image tag, another image tag I will add. And there in source I will tell warning.png like this. This is also added. But because you told all image tags display none, it will not get automatically displayed. But then when should it get displayed is the question. It should get displayed only and only when I click inside my email boxes, which means it must be focused, and whatever is being written there should be valid. How are we going to do this? You might be wondering. Well, it's very, very simple. If in case you make use of another UI state pseudo class by the name of valid, it will work. What do you mean, you might ask? If I take you to my output window, watch it carefully. This is my CSS. In my CSS, I will scroll a little bit on top. Now watch it, all of you. Here, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to write a selector in such a way that if an input tag, especially such input tags which are email input boxes, is selected, it is focused, and upon focusing what is written inside it, if it is valid, only then the image which is not visible now is going to get visible and will be visible in line next to it. How are we going to do this? If you ask me, very simple. I'm going to go here and I'm going to tell, hey, listen, select my input tag. So I'll tell input. But not just any input tag, an input tag which is capable of selecting emails. Now, how will you identify that these two tags are the only input tags which can take emails? If you ask me, let me take you to my HTML document. Look at the HTML code clearly and tell me what is unique about the email tags. If you ask me, see here, this is the primary email. Input type equal to what? Email. If I highlight that entire thing, see, type equal to email. Any confusion? Similarly, secondary email also. What is it today? Type equal to email. Which means if I select input tags based on this type attributes value being email, that will give me the much required clarity. Can you select an HTML element based on an attribute and its value? Definitely. That is where the attribute selector comes into picture. So if I go back to my CSS code, there what I will do is, hey, input tag, yes, but with an attribute. So I will put brackets. Inside that I will tell type equal to email. Email like this. Wonderful. So it will select all my email things. But not only that, I don't want everything to be selected. Only the one which is being focused currently, which is being clicked inside currently. So to this I will attach a pseudo class. So I will put a colon. Which pseudo class? Focus. Now, yes, you have focused it, but what is being written inside it should be valid. How will you check if it is valid if you ask me? For that, as I told you, you have a UI state pseudo class called as valid. Can you attach multiple pseudo classes? Yes. I will put another colon and I will tell it should be valid like this. Right? If this happens, then what I will do is I will leave a space. And then I will tell, hey, what you must do is you must activate an image. So I will tell img like this. Now tell me, space means descendant. But I don't want descendants because it's not descendant relationship. It is, if I take you to my HTML document, watch it carefully. This is the tree. Tell me the relationship between the input tag, the email input tag and the image. Is it descendant or siblings? It is siblings. Would you agree with me? And what type of siblings is it? It's not direct sibling, but it is a general sibling. So what I'm going to do is, I will go there and like this, I'm going to put a tilde character in between them because tilde means general sibling. And then image I will tell, right? Declaration I will put. If you're focusing, you might get a doubt. But Rohit, you have just told image. Which image will it select? Will it select the tick image or will it select the warning image? That is a valid question. Because if I take you back to my HTML document, clearly you can notice one thing, which is this image, which I have told as check.png and which I have told as warning.png, basically both are image tags. On what basis should you select which image? Now you only tell me. This image, which is check.png, should only be selected if it is valid, isn't it? So how can I select check.png? Very simple. I will go inside this image tag, and for the first image, I'm going to add a class. I'm going to give it a class. I'll call that class as valid. Right? The second class, the second image tag, I'm going to call it as invalid. Now this gives me more control. Now what I'm going to do is go back to my output screen, and here I will tell, listen, select image, but not that any image. Image which belongs to a class called as valid. How will you do that? I will tell dot, that is class selector, and I will tell valid. Did you understand how I am thinking? So if somebody selects an email type input box, focuses on it and writes a valid input, then find a sibling, a general sibling. It could be right below or below that also, doesn't matter. And that should be an image tag, and an image tag which belongs to a class called as valid. And if that is the case, I will come inside it, and there I will now change the properties of that image. So first I will tell, hey, I should display it inline. It should come in the same line. So I will tell display inline like this. If I do this much, will it work? Let us see. If I go there, and if in case I refresh it and I increase the size so that it is clearly visible to all of us. If I just go there, primary email, I'll put a valid email, rohit@thetapacademy.com. The moment I do it, oh, such a big thing, because the size of the image is huge. This should not happen. So clearly, we should reduce. So let me just refresh this page again, and I will come here and I will tell, hey, listen, before you display it, please take care of the width and the height. So I will come here and I will tell like this, enter, and I will tell width should be 20 pixels and height should be another 20 pixels. If I do this, and if in case I go and refresh it, now watch it, if I go and give a primary email like this, rohit@thetapacademy.com, the moment I do this, voila, amazing, isn't it? But now similarly, if somebody selects this tag, focuses it, gives an invalid input, remove that .com, dot also I will remove. If I remove that, this should not come, that invalid thing should come. Now how are we going to do that? Well, it's very simple. I'll go back here and I'm going to copy this entire code, paste it again, leave a line space there, correct? Yeah. Now one thing is, first of all, input type equal to email, correct? It should be focused, correct? But what should be written should not be valid, it should be invalid. One way you can do it is use the negation operator here and tell not valid, it will become invalid. Or one more way to do it is, there is a pseudo class called as invalid also, which is what I will use. I'll just go there and make it as invalid. But invalid also, should the image belonging to the class valid get selected? No. What should get selected? Invalid. So that also I will change and make it as invalid. So the class is invalid, because we made those image tags belong to multiple classes, if you recollect. Now if in case, and I will just, I'll just press enter here before that I of image so that it comes in the next line. After tilde, I will go here, press enter. Yeah. Now, if in case I just save this, and if in case I go here, and if in case I refresh it, now watch it, I'll click on primary email. If I just don't enter anything, see what came? Warning. If I just tell RO, still warning. If I tell HIT, still warning. If I tell @, still warning. If I tell the Tap Academy, still warning. If I tell .com, it changes. Any confusion till this point of time? So it works. Wonderful. I'll refresh this. So clearly it works. Do you see how much of effect it can bring to your front end if you can master CSS? That's why selectors is the most important concept, and is why I've invested so much of time just trying to make you understand selectors, right? But again, I hope all of you have practiced, because without you practicing, don't ever expect to become good at it. By watching me create these selectors, you cannot. Let your imagination run wild. You make up scenarios. This is how I want things to happen. This is how I want things to happen, right? And try to write code for it. Through that, you will get stuck. When you get stuck, you will do research. When you do research, you will find solutions. Not only will you find the solution you're looking for, you will find a better solution. You will find a better approach. That is how coding evolves. That is how you as a coder will keep evolving and becoming better. Make sure this is a part of your life every single day. Anyways, till here we have done, and we have done it really well. Next, what you might ask. Now, all this is fine. However, there is one more thing which my other my expected output was doing, which is, see these radio buttons. If I click on female, the size of the button increases, the label's color changes. If I click on other, size of the button increases, the label changes. Any confusion till this point of time? So how are we going to be doing this, if you ask me? Let me show you. So now, how to do this is the question. Well, it's very simple. First of all, when a checkbox or when a radio button is selected, so if I click on female, you can notice that when it is checked, its size increases. Otherwise, it's the default size. So there should be a way in which I should find the state of my UI. My radio button state should be checked. If that condition is satisfied, I should be able to increase its size of the radio button. Its width and its height I should be able to increase. How do we do that? Very, very simple, right? So the state here, what is the state of the UI? Checked state. And there is a UI state, pseudo-class called as checked. So watch it, I'm just going to go here, and below that I will just tell, hey listen, select input. But not just any input. What is this type of input? The type of this input is radio. Would you agree? So I should use an attribute selector, and I'll tell type is radio. Wonderful. This will select only radio buttons. Now, this radio button, its state should be that it is checked, which means I'll attach a pseudo-class to it, and I will tell the state should be checked. Wonderful. Now I will give the declaration. In the declaration, I will tell width is 20 pixels, height is 20 pixels. Height is 20 pixels. Again, what is this pixels? All that when I show you values in CSS, there are different ways in which you can provide values. But I have shown you 20 pixels, 20 pixels. Now, if in case I go and if in case I refresh it, you can now notice, I'll go to my form, and if I refresh it now, nothing is selected. But if I select male, do you see its size increased? If I select female, did you see the size increased? But if I go to my expected output, the difference is, if I select female, that label's color changes. If I select other, other's color changes. Which means if this condition is satisfied, this should select the label and change its color as well. How are we going to do that? Well, it's very, very easy. Watch it. I'll copy this selector as it is. Yeah. I will paste it again. Right? Remove that bracket. Now the thing is, this selector will find out which is the radio button which is selected. Good. Now I will take you to my HTML code. If I take you to my HTML code, this is the tree, right? If I scroll down to the part where I have my radio buttons, clearly you can see that here I have male, I have female, I have other. Right below the input box called as male, I have right below the input box which I have for male, I have a label called as male. Which means this input box and this label, look at the tree and tell me what is their relationship? Adjacent sibling. Similarly, the next input box for female and its label, what are they? Adjacent siblings. Similarly, other and its label are adjacent siblings. Which means adjacent sibling relationship I should have. So if I take you back to my output window, what I'm going to do is here I will tell, hey listen, this will tell me which is the box to select. But I don't want to select the box, I want to select its label. And the relationship between the label and the box is adjacent sibling. And which combinator will you use? Plus. So I will tell plus. Leave a space and I will tell label like this. And there I will go inside that label and I will tell, hey, please change the color of the font. So I'll just tell color. And the color should be red. That's it. That's it. Any confusion? If I do this, and if in case I go and refresh my code, you can clearly see that if I go select male, male label color becomes red. Female, female becomes red. Other, other becomes red. Beautiful. You have been able to do that. How much of control it can give you. Next, what you might ask. Next, what I want to do is, if in case I go to my expected output, one thing is, let me refresh this. See, if I refresh it, automatically do you notice that always this male is checked automatically? That is because in the HTML I have told that, hey, by default this is the radio button which should be checked. How to do that, you might ask. That is very easy. If in case I take you to my HTML code, there I am going to go, this is the radio button for gender which value is male, right? There I will add one more attribute. So watch it, after that M, I will leave a space and I will just tell checked, like this. If I tell checked, you need not tell true or false or anything. If you just tell checked, it means true. That's it. Now watch it, if in case I go back, if I take you to my form, and in my form if I refresh it, always male is automatically checked. Any confusion till here? In other words, 99% styling is done. Only one thing remains, which is if I go to my expected form, you can see the submit button has a normal solid border. But if I go there to my form has a dotted border. That is because it automatically assumed that even this input is an optional or a not required one and gave it dotted borders. But I would like to make it into a solid border. One way to do that is very, very simple. Whatever is compulsory, we have made it into groove border. So the easy way to do it is go and tell submit that even it is compulsory. How will you do that? You can do it in HTML. If I go to the HTML code, all I'm going to do is I'll go inside the submit button and then input type equal to submit, name equal to submit. I'll add an additional attribute telling required. That's it. That's all. If in case I do this, if I go back and if in case I refresh it, you can see that it did not change. Why did it not change is because unfortunately the submit does not accept an attribute called as required. It does not accept it. So the only way is to directly select it and style it. There is no other way to do it. So what I will do is I'm going to go back to my HTML and I will remove that submit, that required I will remove. I'll remove required. See, in my CSS right here, what I'm going to do is I'll go inside the CSS and I will tell, hey, listen, please select such an input. One line space I will always leave. And I will tell type equal to submit. Attribute selector. Type equal to submit. The moment I do this, I will go inside that and I will tell, hey, listen, border should be 2 pixels in size. Next, it should be solid and violet. No, in the same line, I will tell solid and violet, like this. The moment I do this, if in case I go back and if in case I refresh it, clearly you can notice that it has got selected and it has happened. Now the only thing is, if I go to my form, it is alignment is proper. If I go to the form we just created, alignment is off. All you have to do is make this into a table such that all the labels are one column, all the inputs are another column. That is all you have to do. In fact, I'm going to quickly convert it into a table and show you the final output. As you guys can see, I have now put everything inside a table. Now what do I mean by table? As you can see inside the form, I have told table, right? And then this is my first table row. Inside my first table row, I have my first column TD. Inside that I have label. In my second column, I have my input. Any confusion till here? Input followed by the P tag. Similarly, if I scroll down, this is my second table row. This is my second table row. In that first column is label, second column is the input. I hope it is clear, which is disabled. If I scroll down, this is my third table row, inside which I have label inside one column, input followed by the images, etc. in another column. Any confusion till this point of time? So it perfectly works, my dear friend. So what I'm trying to say is that like this, if you do, see the output. If I go and if in case I refresh it, clearly you can notice alignment happens perfectly, and there's nothing new I'm teaching you. I've taught this way back in forms in HTML itself, and tables is the best way to get proper alignment of forms. And let us see our final output, whether it matches all our expectations. If I hover over name, tooltip comes. If I focus it, background color changes. If I type, it becomes bold. Any confusion? Similarly, if I go to primary email, if in case I hover it, tooltip appears. If in case I click there, and if in case I give an invalid mail ID, invalid sign comes. If I give a valid mail ID, obviously valid thing comes. Yeah, though my spelling could be wrong, it doesn't matter. According to it, it is correct. Any confusion till there? Similarly, for secondary email also it works, password also it works, age also it works. However, there is one last thing which we've had to do, which is if you want to, you can do it in such a way that if age is less than 18, which means it is out of range, I want that invalid image to come, warning image to come, right? If it is in the range of 18 to 100, I want the tick mark image to come. As a matter of fact, I'll give you a hint also. You have to use these two UI state pseudo classes, which is in range and out of range. Using this, you can achieve what I told you. You have all the data available with you as to how to achieve it. In fact, I want you to go and try it for yourself, and this is an assignment. And I'm 100% sure, 99.99% of you, in fact all of you will be able to do it if you have understood the contents of this video. Anyways, I hope all the pseudo classes are crystal clear to you, and you can without a doubt see and experience for yourself the kind of different capabilities it gives to the front-end developer in order to make his front-end not only interactive but very, very beautiful as well. The discussion was on advanced selectors in CSS, and under advanced selectors we have been investing time trying to understand pseudo classes. There are n number of pseudo classes, but there is one pseudo class which we have yet to discover and yet to understand, which is called as the target pseudo class. Now, what can this target pseudo class do for us, and when should we be really using them? Let me give you some clarity about it. If I take you to my browser output, there is already an HTML page which I have rendered and kept it ready for you. Let me just zoom it so that you can see it clearly. Well, it's very simple, guys. See, there are 3 hyperlinks on top, header 1, header 2, header 3. 3 hyperlinks here, para 1, para 2, para 3, right? And there is a heading 1, there is some dummy text, which is a paragraph. There's another header, dummy text. There is another header, dummy text. So 3 headers, 3 paragraphs. Now what I want to do is, as of now, these links are dummy hyperlinks. See, if I click on them, nothing happens. If I click on header 1, nothing happens. If I click on header 2, nothing happens. If I click on para 1, nothing happens. In other words, what I want to do is, if somebody clicks on header 1, it should not take it to some other website. Instead, it should navigate the page in the same HTML web page to this part, heading 1. Similarly, if someone clicks on header 2, immediately it should scroll down and come to this heading 2 part, this part. Similarly, if I click on header 3, it should scroll down and come to heading 3. Similarly, if in case somebody goes and clicks on para 1, it should be this paragraph starting where they should come. If they click on para 2, the second paragraph starting is where they should come. If they click on para 3, then it is the third paragraph, and that is here which they should come. Any confusion till this point of time? So I hope the expectation is crystal clear here. But as of now, let me show you the HTML code which generated this page, right? So it's very straightforward. I have my HTML inside which I have head, and in the title I've just given it as example, and inside the body, this is my first anchor tag, header 1, second anchor tag, header 2. Of course, href is missing in it. Then there is header 3, and it doesn't matter whether you write it next to the one next to the other or one below the other, because they are inline elements and by default will appear one next to the other. Similarly, I have para 1, para 2, para 3. Then I have a h1 header followed by a paragraph. Now you might ask, what is this alien language? Now this is technically Latin, right? Lorem ipsum is something which front-end developers usually put as dummy text when they are creating the layout of their website. It doesn't matter. You can use it, not use it. It really doesn't matter. My first paragraph, then this is my next header, which is also h1 followed by another paragraph, another h1 followed by another paragraph. Simple, right? Now, how will you ensure that if somebody clicks on header 1, they come here? Well, it's very simple. Already you note, to make an anchor tag or a hyperlink as a navigation to the same page or to a section in the same page, we can make use of the ID and href combination. How do we do this? Simple. First of all, I'll go and every header I'll give it a unique ID. So from h1, I will call the ID as header1 like this. Header1. Great. I'll just copy that as it is, ID equal to header1, and I'm going to go and paste it inside the second header as well, like this, right? Great. And there I'll make it as header2. Similarly, I'll scroll down completely and a little bit more, and there I will paste it inside the next one, make it as header3 like this. Any confusion? Wonderful. Now, if in case I scroll back on top, what I'm going to do is, I'm now going to mention the href attribute. So I'll go here and I'll tell href. And I'll tell, hey, listen, if somebody clicks on you, the target location which this href should take them to is a ID present in the same page, a location with an ID. Now, which is that location? This header one. What is its ID? Header. And how do you tell ID inside href? By telling a hash. And then I will tell the ID header one. Again, all this you already know. Similarly, I'll just copy that href, paste it inside the second anchor tag, and there I will make it as header2, so it goes to the header2 ID. Similarly, in the next anchor tag, I will paste it, make it as header3. Similar lines, I would like to do it for the paragraphs as well. So what I will do is, for every para, I will give a unique ID. So for my first paragraph, I will go just paste it there, and I will make that ID as para1 like this. Yeah, I'll just copy that, and I'm going to do the same for the other two paragraphs also like this. Watch it. This is my second paragraph. There I'm going to make it as ID para2, and then this is my third paragraph. There I'm going to make it as ID para3. So basically, I have done and I've provided the IDs as well. Next, what you must be thinking. Let us see whether this actually works or not, but before that, hrefs you have to mention. So I'll go into this para1 anchor tag and I will tell href, and the href is going to be hash para1, which is this paragraph. Similarly, copy that, paste it inside the other two anchor tags as well. So this is the second anchor tag, paste it there, make it as para2. This is the next anchor tag, and I will just paste it there and make it as para3. Wonderful. So now these hyperlinks have become navigation links for me. Will it work is the bigger question. Let us test it out. If in case I take you to my output window, and if in case I refresh it, clearly you can notice these are now hyperlinks. If I click on header 1, yes, it comes to heading 1. If I click on header 2, it takes me to heading 2. If in case I click on header 3, it takes me to heading 3. Similarly, if I click on para 1, it will take me to para 1. If I click on para 2, it takes me to para 2, and para 3 also works on the similar basis. Now comes the interesting part. See, my friends, I want to write CSS in such a way that if somebody clicks on a hyperlink, right, clearly this hyperlink has a target associated with it. This is the target. Which is the target? It should take it to an ID, to a location with an ID called as para1. Now, the moment somebody clicks here and it goes to its targeted location, then the target should be styled in a certain way. And only if I reach the target location via the hyperlink, I should be styling it, otherwise that style should not apply. Well, if this is your expectation, let me show you how to write code for that. So watch it, all of you. First and foremost, if whatever I said should become a reality, you must be making use of a pseudo-class called as the target pseudo-class. See how I will use the target pseudo-class. I'm going to come and inside the head I'll put the style tag, so that internally itself I'll write the CSS. And there I'm going to come and tell, hey, listen, first let us style the headers. So see, I will just tell h1 like this, and I will put the declaration. And there I will tell background color is violet. If I just do this much, let us see what the output looks like. So if I go and refresh, all the headers will become violet like this. All three headers have become violet. But this should not happen. If somebody clicks on the header 1 hyperlink, see if I zoom it for you, if somebody clicks on this header 1, only then this should become violet. If somebody clicks on header 2, it should come here, this should become violet. If somebody clicks on header 3, it should come here, and then it should become violet. How are we going to do that? Simple. Let me show you the code for it. All you have to do is tell CSS, hey, don't just style h1 as violet. Only if you reach an h1 as a target from a hyperlink, you style it. For that, you attach pseudo-class. So I'm going to tell how do you attach pseudo-class? By putting a colon, followed by the name of the pseudo-class, target. Now, if in case I do this, watch the difference in output. If I take you to the output window, if in case I refresh it, nothing happens. I'll increase the size a little bit more for you, little bit more. Now watch it. If in case I click on header 1, then watch it. I reached heading 1, it has become violet. If I scroll on top, if I click on header 2, I reached header 2, it became violet. If I scroll on top, header 1 is no longer violet. If I click on header 3, clearly you can see it gets styled. So if I go on top, this is my hyperlink. If I click, see if I click, this is the target. The target h1 has been colored violet. I hope it is clear to you. Similarly, I'm sure you can do it for p tags as well. Let me show you how the code looks like. All I will do is I will come here and inside that leave two lines of space, and I will tell style p tags. But not just any p tag. P tags which is the target of an anchor tag. So I will put a colon, attach a pseudo class called as target. And I will tell background color is probably orange like this. If I do this, see the difference in the code output. I will go there, and if in case I refresh it, as of now, as you can see, I will click on para 1, and if I click on para 1, this gets selected, right? Increase the size further. Right, even more. Yeah. Now, if I click on para 2, you can see this gets styled. Scroll on top, para 1 is no longer styled. If I click on para 3, you can see this gets styled. So very, very unique class this is, a unique pseudo class, which can be used in a variety of creative ways. And creativity is something which I cannot teach you. Creativity is something which arises by you constantly practicing. And as you practice, different scenarios will arise in your mind. And you would like to bring those scenarios to life. And that is when these tools which I am teaching you will come handy, right? How to use the tool, where to use the tool, and how much you will use the tool is something which only and only you can cultivate within yourself with constant practice and commitment to the subject or the tool that you're trying to master. Anyways, I hope the target pseudo class is crystal clear for all of you. Now let's move forward and learn another beautiful advanced CSS selector by the name of pseudo-elements. Now let me introduce you to the next type of advanced selectors called as pseudo-elements. Under pseudo-elements, you have all these different pseudo-elements. Now, what are these useful for, and when and where should you be using them? I will 100% help you understand. But the bigger question is, how are these different from the other word pseudo that you have heard in advanced selectors in CSS, which is nothing but pseudo-classes, right? All this and more, if you have to understand, you must pay attention. So watch it. If in case I take you to my output, there I have a simple HTML page which I have already rendered for you, which is I have a header called as HTML, and below that I have a paragraph. Wonderful. Now understand my styling expectation. When I apply CSS, the first line in my paragraph, the first line means till this B, that should be styled in such a way that number 1, its color should become orange. Number 2, its font family should be monospace. Number 3, the thickness of the font should be bold in thickness. And most importantly, the size of this font should be slightly bigger than the normal size of the paragraph font, maybe 20 pixels. What I mean to say is like this. As you can see, only the first line I've been able to style. Now, how did I do this? Well, this is the beauty of pseudo-elements. How to bring this to life? Let me show you. If in case I take you to my code associated with this, as of now you can see it's a simple code. There is one header, there is a paragraph, and this is the first line in the paragraph. Any confusion till this point of time? How are we going to select the first line and style it is a bigger question that you have. Well, it's very simple. I have my internal CSS ready because the style tag is there. Now all I'm going to do is I will just tell, hey listen, please go select p tag by telling p. I'll put the declaration. Inside the declaration, I'm going to tell all the requirements which I had, which is I will tell first of all, color of the font should be orange. Wonderful. Next expectation, font family should be monospace. Next expectation, font weight should be bold. Next expectation is that my font, in other words, my font size should be 20 pixels. Any confusion to this point of time? This is my expectation. But if I do this and if I go show you the output, what is going to happen is, if in case I refresh, clearly it applies for all the elements or the entire content of my p tag. But I didn't want the entire content to be styled. I want only the first line to be styled. If that is your expectation, my dear friend, you should modify the code. Now, how will you modify the code? It is by attaching a pseudo element to it by the name of first line. Now, how to apply first line? Very simple, watch it. After P, I will just take the cursor, click it there. Now, to attach a pseudo class, you are using 1 colon like this, 1 colon you are putting. But then, how will you differentiate between which is a pseudo class and which is a pseudo element? Is why the CSS convention states that when applying pseudo elements, don't use a single colon, use 2 colons instead, like this, 2 colons. Now it knows what is being attached as a pseudo element, and the pseudo element is first line, like this, first hyphen line. Any confusion till this point of time? Now if in case I take you to my browser output, and if in case I just refresh it, clearly you can notice it has been applied only to the first line, and if I just reduce it or minimize it, you can see it is only for the first line which it is applied. Any confusion till this point of time? So I'll increase the size back. Wonderful. So you have got how to style only the first line. That is the beauty of a pseudo element. Now what I want to do is, not only do I want to style the first line, in my first line, this H is my first letter. That H should be purple in color. That H, the font family should be cursive in nature, and its font weight should be bold, and maybe its size should be slightly bigger, maybe 22 pixels. How are we going to do that? Let me show you. If in case I take you to my editor, all you have to do is apply another pseudo element by the name of first letter. How are we going to do this? Watch it. I'll go there, I'll press enter, and I'll tell, hey, select p tag. But not just any p tag. In the p tag, I want to select only the first letter. So I'll attach a pseudo element. How to attach a pseudo element? 2 colons. After which I will tell first letter like this. Any confusion? Next, I'm going to put the declaration, and inside that all my expectations I'm going to write, which is color is purple. Font family should be cursive, after which font weight should be bold, after which font size has to be 22 pixels. Again, don't worry about what is this pixels, etc. When I take up values and units, when I dive deep into properties of CSS, all this will become crystal clear, just the way every topic so far has been crystal clear for all of you. So, will this work? Let's see. If I go refresh, as you can notice, only and only the first letter of my p tag has become purple in color. The font family has become cursive. Next, the font weight is bold, and also the font size is slightly bigger, 22 pixels. Wonderful, isn't it? So much control CSS gives you there. And for a creative person, learning front-end technologies is the most amazing thing you can do, because you can not only express your creativity, you can express your creativity by using technology, and hence you will always be in demand. Think about it. Any and every company today which creates the best apps in the world, whether it's a food delivery app, whether it's an e-commerce website, whether it's a healthcare application, whether it is an entertainment application, all of them have wonderful, beautiful looking front ends. And the individual creating that naturally must have a mastery over CSS, and that is how what is rendered as front end for the user can be made in a very, very visually pleasing way. But I hope these 2 pseudo elements are crystal clear to all of you. Now, is there something more which can be done using pseudo elements? If you ask me, definitely. Let me show you what is possible. See, there are 2 other pseudo elements which I want you to understand, namely the before and the after. Now, when will we be using before and after, if you ask me? This is used to take CSS and using CSS apply or generate some content before an element, after an element. Oh really? Using CSS, can we generate content and place it before and after an element? 100% you can do it. How? Let me show you, right? So let me first show you the expectation which I have. Now, what I'm trying to say is, let us assume I take my header as an example. Now the thing is, there is nothing before, there is nothing after. But using CSS, I want to generate some content and I want to place it before and after. Maybe a square bracket in the beginning, a square bracket in the ending, before and after, like this. Did you see that? This was not using HTML, this was using CSS that I achieved it. Really, is it possible? 100%. Technically, this is called as generated content. We will be using generated content a lot going ahead. But generated content need not be restricted to only characters available on the keyboard like this. You can use any kind of multimedia element. For example, maybe I can use images like this. HTML5, HTML5. Before, after. Now, if you're thinking, how can one achieve this? Then you must understand how to use those two other pseudo elements which I spoke about, which is nothing but before and after. Let me show you how to do this. If I take you to my HTML code, this is the code we previously wrote, right? If I scroll down a little bit, you can notice that inside my body, I have this h3 tag, which is HTML. Now, before this h, I need an opening bracket. After this L, I need a closing bracket. Now, how do we do that? Using CSS, very simple. So I'll come into my style tag, there I'll press enter, and now I'll tell, hey listen, I want you to style h1, right? Next I'll tell not just any h1 in such a way that before it's something you should add. Well, for that, please use that before pseudo element. So watch it, there I will just put 2 colons because it's an element and I'll tell before. Now I told you, technically this is used to generate content, right? So I will put my declaration and inside that I'm going to use a unique property in CSS called as content, like this. We have never used this before, and content is something which is only used along with this before and after. Now, after this, what content you want, you should tell. Now there are different types of content you can generate, but what I'm now generating is simple text type content, right? Which must always be passed in the form of a string. And whenever you hear this word string, obviously you must recollect double quotes. So double quotes I will put. And inside that opening bracket I will put. Right? Semicolon I will put. Next, also I should be telling what is the color of it. So I'll just tell color is orange. Any confusion till this point of time? So that's it. I'll remove that extra space, not required. This is my before. I'll just copy this as it is, paste it once again, and I will change that before pseudo element to after. And after, the content should be the closing bracket. That's about it. Now watch it, all of you. If in case I take you to my output window, and if in case I refresh it, you can notice this comes. Any confusion till this point of time? So see, before, after. That's it. Now you wanted that image to come. Well, then that is what you should tell. The content should not be some text. The content should be an image. How to do that? Let me show you. Now, I'll go remove that value of content in both before and after. There also I'll remove, in before also I'll remove. Wonderful. Now the thing is, please understand, in my computer, in the same folder in which I have index.html, I have another image called as html.png. Now that html.png should be the content which should come before and after. Now if you wanted to add some text, you put it within double quotes, but now you want to add an image. If you want to add an image, you can't just put it within double quotes. Instead, you must say something called as URL like this and put parenthesis URL. Inside the URL, you must tell where should it find that image. Since it is in the same folder, I can just tell the name, which is html.png. Right? If you want, if it is in some other different folder, the entire path of that file, if it is inside C drive, inside another folder, inside another, that complete URL you can tell here. In fact, you can go to Google, and if you find some image in some website, you can copy the address of the image and directly paste it here, which means it will go using your internet, take that image and render it. All those are possible. But I'm showing you the simplest version, which is using an image in my computer. I'll just copy that, paste it inside the content in the after pseudo element as well. That's it. I've saved it. Now if I take you to my my browser, and if I refresh it, you can notice this comes. Any confusion till this point in time? Of course, one thing you must understand is this resolution or the dimension of the image should be something which you should have already thought about. Here I have got such an image which is 20 pixels in width and 20 pixels in height, and that is why it is coming correctly. But if you just randomly take some image of some different resolution, it might come really big and it might completely screw up the semantics of your page. So be careful about it. You must use the right resolution images. But I hope the 4 pseudo elements, namely first line, first letter, also before and after, is crystal clear to all of you. And this, my friends, concludes our discussion on the advanced selectors of CSS. I don't think there is a single course out there which in a step-by-step manner would have broken down things for you such that each concept is interrelated to the previous one. Each one you're building up on something you've previously learned. Now the ball is on your court. Make sure that you're practicing and internalizing all of this knowledge. My friend, we have learned so much about CSS that before I proceed, I feel it's the best time for me to give you a recap of everything we have learned. So let's begin. You know that what you call as an HTML document is nothing but a collection of tags. Not only this, if it is a collection of tags, these tags can be represented in the form of a tree-like structure, which is technically referred to as the document object model, or in short, DOM. In fact, when I teach you JavaScript, you'll realize the main reason why JavaScript is used in front-end development is because JavaScript is capable of manipulating this DOM in very, very unique ways. Well, that's a topic for another time. But CSS is no different, because CSS also uses the DOM to select elements and style it in a particular fashion. And to do this, CSS has provided you a beautiful concept called as selectors. Now, when you talk about basic selectors, these are the basic selectors. And we start with something called as an element selector, followed by an ID selector, followed by a class selector, and of course selectors can also be grouped together like this. But CSS does not stop there, because the moment you represent an HTML document in the form of a document object model, you would realize that between the HTML elements, different kinds of relationships are established. Just to give you a simple example, the div tag here is the parent. Whatever is inside the div tag is naturally tags which have got descended from div and hence are descendants. Further, in descendants there are 2 types: direct descendants, indirect descendants. Direct descendants is what we refer to as child or children. These are the direct children. Not only that, among the children further relationships are established, such as general siblings, adjacent siblings. Now, CSS also allows you to write selectors in such a way that selection happens based on these relationships. For example, between 2 selectors, if I leave a space, it means that I'm trying to select descendants. If it is a greater than symbol, it means it is direct children. If it is a tilde, it means it is general siblings. If it is a plus, it means it is adjacent siblings, so on and so forth. But CSS does not stop there. CSS also provides you advanced selectors. And under advanced selectors, further you have so many different options. But I am now going to speak about the pseudo-classes. In pseudo-classes, further there are 3 types, right? The first type is such pseudo-classes which selects based on the structure of your document object model, right? For example, selecting the first child, selecting the last child, selecting the nth child, selecting the only of type, selecting the first of type, and so many more like this. The second type is called as dynamic pseudo-classes, such as link, visited, hover, active, focus. The next thing is you also have pseudo-classes which select based on the state of a UI, state of a form, the input tags, right? Such as your tags wherein you can check if in case a particular thing is checked, valid, invalid, in range, out of range, so many more like this. But selectors did not stop there. CSS gave you more options in the form of pseudo-elements where you could control things such as styling the first line of an element, styling the first letter of an element, generating content and placing it before, placing it after. Now, so much CSS gave you, but my dear friend, your knowledge on CSS is absolutely incomplete if you have only understood selectors but not understood these three words. And specifically speaking, the words are specificity, inheritance, and cascade. Now, what do you mean by these three words and what is the relevance it holds for a CSS developer? Let me explain. It's time for you to understand one of the most important concepts in CSS, which is specificity. Now, to understand specificity, the best way is not for me to talk, but to rather show you specificity in action. So let me take a simple example. Watch it, my dear friend. This is a simple HTML program which I have written, and there is nothing extraordinary here. There is HTML head, and inside the body I have a paragraph with some dummy text inside it. Wonderful. Now, if I convert this HTML document into a document object model or a DOM, which is nothing but your tree, it looks like this, a very straightforward tree. Now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to write a selector which is going to select this p tag and style it in a particular way. Now what is new about that row, you might ask? Keep listening. I'll put internal CSS itself, so I'll go and I'll apply the style tag, and inside the style tag I'm going to go and I will just tell, hey, select p by using the element selector, and inside that I'll put declaration and I will tell background color must be orange, and I will tell font family must be cursive. Wonderful. Will this work? 100%. Let me show you. If I take you to my output window and if in case I refresh this, clearly it works. So yes, the selector selected the p tag, applied the styling. So far so good. Now the things get interesting. Understand what I'm trying to tell you. Now I'm going to write few more selectors, and these selectors are also going to select the same p tag. What do you mean, you might ask? Watch it. Below that p tag selector, I'm going to go and apply another selector, and this time we can write the selector like this, wherein I will go into this p tag and I'm going to give it a class. So I will just go there and I will give it a class, right? So I'll tell class and I will tell para1. Now you know you can write CSS selectors which is going to select an element using its class. It's called as class selector. So what I'm going to do is I'll just go tell select p tags p which belong to a class or dot, which class? Para1. That's it. This is also a valid selector. Inside that I will tell background color should be black, and I will tell font family must be monospace, like this. Any confusion till here? Wonderful. Now you know this will also select that same p tag in my DOM. Wonderful. Let me write one more, right? So what I'm going to do is I'll go there and I will tell, if you look at the document object model carefully, you will see that this p tag is nothing but the descendant of the body tag, which means based on the descendant relationship also I can select. So what I will do is body space p, and you know body space p means what? Go inside body, find the descendant p, and there is only one p, which means the same p gets selected. There also I will just tell background color, maybe I will make it as violet, or cyan you can make it as, and after which I will tell font family and I will make it as sans serif or something like that. Wonderful. Now if I scroll on top, see clearly on top there are three tags. All three tags selecting the same element in my DOM. Now the question which naturally would arise is this rule going to be applied? Is this rule going to be applied, or is this rule going to be applied? Because all of them are selecting the same element. Now which one will CSS select? Is it pure randomness? Is it based on the order in which I have written? Or are there some other rules in the background which is playing a role here? Well, first of all, let us see which one CSS selects. If I take it to my output window and if in case I refresh, which one has it selected? Of course, you are not able to see anything because I have told background color is black. Maybe you can make that as some other color. Yeah. If I do this and if I refresh it, you can see that it is gray, which means this one got applied. Not the first one, not the last one, but the second one. Why? Why this one? Why not this? Why not this? Well, if this is what you have to understand, my friend, then you have to understand specificity in CSS. Now let me explain to you what is meant by specificity. Let me remove this tree for the time being. Now what I am trying to tell you is specificity. Every selector has a certain specificity associated with it, which must always be visualized as a combination of 4 numbers which I am representing as 4 placeholders like this. If in case you also closely observe, each of those placeholders have a certain color encoding associated with them. That is because the values are associated with the presence of certain elements in your selectors. What is it? I will tell you. But keep in mind, red means inline, blue means IDs. Green on the other hand means classes, pseudo-classes, attributes. Purple on the other hand means elements and pseudo-elements. Now what do you mean by all this? I will certainly explain, but based on the way you write a selector, a specificity value could look like this, could look like this, could look like this, could look like this. I know you're totally confused. On what basis is that value calculated? Which selector results in which kind of specificity value? And what do these values even mean? Everything I will explain, but for the time being, please understand, whenever generally 99.99% of the times you calculate specificity, the inline part is always not considered. And hence, we will always be working with the 3 values of specificity, which is your classes, followed by which is your IDs, classes, and the last one being your elements. Any confusion till this point of time? So only those 3 boxes is what you must learn how to fill, how to calculate. Now to show you how these selectors can be converted into their specificity values, I will have to bring up my specificity calculator, and this is how it looks like. Now what does this mean? Here, if I take a selector and I paste it here, automatically it is going to calculate the specificity score based on certain rules. Now what are those rules? There are just 3 pointers you must keep at the back of your mind. The first one is, if in case your selector contains an ID, then for every ID 1 is added to the blue color box. If in case your selector contains a class, attribute or pseudo-class, for every class, for every pseudo-class and for every attribute, 1 is added to that green color box. If in case your selector contains any element or any pseudo-elements, for every element and every pseudo-element, 1 is added to the purple color box. Now what do you mean by all of this? Instead of getting confused, let us just take one selector, which is the first one, P. I will just copy that and I'm going to go and paste it inside my selector box. The moment I paste it, do you see the specificity score has been calculated, and I'm just representing it here. It is 0, 0, 1. Now why is it 0, 0, 1? Simple. Look at this selector, guys, and tell me, does it have ID in it? No. Because ID is absent, that box is 0. Tell me, in my first selector, do I have any class associated in it? No. No means even that class box is 0. Tell me, in my selector, do I have an element? Yes. Which element? P. Is P the only element? Yes. Which means there is only one element in the selector, and hence for every element in the purple box, 1 is added. 0, 0, 1. That is my specificity. Any confusion till this point of time? Okay. What does this mean? And how does it help CSS choose between these selectors, you might ask. We will come to that. At the same time, let us calculate what is the specificity score for the second one. So I'll just copy this selector, I'll paste it there. The moment I go and I paste it there, this is the specificity score. 0, 1, 1, and that is what I'm representing like this. Now, why is it 0, 1, 1? Think about it. Look at the selector, right? Does it have ID in it? No. So ID box is 0. Does it have a class in it? Yes. Dot para 1 is a class. Like that, how many classes are there? Only one class. For every class, 1 is added, and that is 1. Green color box. Tell me, is there any element here? Yes, this P is an element. How many elements are there? 1. Hence 1 is added there. 0, 1, 1. That is the specificity. Any confusion? Similarly, let us calculate the specificity for the next one. So I will just copy that body space p, and I will go and I will remove that p dot para1, and the moment I paste it, 0, 0, 2. Why, you might ask? Simple. Always follow. Tell me first, is there any ID? No. ID box is 0. Is there any class? No. Class box is 0. Are there elements? Yes. How many elements? 2 elements. Which is the first element? Body. Which is the second element? P. 2. Now you may tell, Rohit, in middle space is there, combinator is there. My friends, combinators add no value to specificity. Combinators have nothing to add to specificity. Any confusion till this point of time? So whether it is space, greater than, plus, tilde, it does not matter. Specificity score has nothing to do with combinators. So 0, 0, 2. And that is the value. Wonderful. Now what you have to understand is, will this be selected, will this be selected, or will this be selected? Because all these 3 selectors select the same element. Now how does CSS decide which one to select? Very simple. It starts to compare the specificity from left to right. So watch it. If I start from left to right, the first column is all about IDs. And if in case I compare, tell me, what are the IDs of all 3? 0, 0, 0. All are equal. You cannot pick any one. Comparison moves forward. The second column is compared, and the second column is about classes. And tell me, which one, the first one is 0, the last one is 0, whereas the middle one has 1. So which is greater, 0, 0 or 1? 1. The moment it finds something greater, a match happens, it stops comparison. Yes, it stops, it doesn't move further. And tell me, which is the selector with the higher specificity? Obviously it is the second one. Second one is selected. Its rules are applied. And what is its rule? Background color must be gray and the font family must be monospace. And if I take you to my output window, clearly you can see that is what has got applied. Any confusion till this point of time? Beautiful concept, isn't it? Let me make you think in another perspective, right? Specificity means pick the selector which is more specific. In general, that is what it means. Now you only tell me, is this telling that, hey, style just P being specific? Or telling, hey, go inside body, find any P tag and style it being specific? Or telling, please find such a P tag which belongs to this exact same class being more specific? Tell me which selector is more specific in its declaration. Obviously, it is the second one, and that is why its specificity score is also higher than the other two. That is an easier way of looking at it. But internally, if you look, actually what is being calculated is a specificity score like this. These are all specificity scores. Any confusion till this point of time? So I hope you are getting a picture. Now let us add one more selector which will select the same element. So see what I will do. I will scroll down completely, and I will scroll down, and there what I am going to do is I will go here and I will put an ID. So I will go there and tell ID like this. And there I will tell ID as maybe P1. That is my ID. Wonderful, right? Now based on ID also you can select. So what I will do is I will go into my style tag, and there I will leave a line space and I will tell P. But not just any P. Such a P tag which has an ID. ID means what? Hash. What is the ID? P1. And that I will give another declaration. Maybe I will tell background color violet, and font family I will make it as maybe fantasy like this. Wonderful. Now if I scroll back such that only my selectors is visible, which selector will be selected is the question. The specificity for the other three you have calculated. Let us calculate the specificity for this guy. So I will just copy that, and if I go to my specificity calculator and I just paste it there, clearly you can notice what is the value? 101. Why? Look at it. Does it have an ID? Yes. How many IDs? Only one ID, which means 1 came there in the first box. Does it have a class? No. So 0 in the second box. Does it have an element? Yes. P you have told, and that is the only element, which 1 came in the last box, which means the specificity is 101. Now comparison happens from left to right. Now when left to right I compare, and the first column which is IDs I compare, everything else are zeros, but this guy has 1. and obviously 1 is greater than all other zeros. The moment something greater is found, comparison stops, and obviously what is being picked is this one. Did you understand? And hence, if in case I go back and if in case I refresh, you can see what has got applied is this background color violet, font family fantasy. Beautiful, isn't it? So specificity is very, very important, because there are going to be times where you are going to write so many different CSS selectors that multiple CSS selectors may apply on the same element. When multiple CSS selectors apply on the same element, which CSS rule is going to dominate the others and take over the styling depends upon which one has a higher specificity value. And specificity, how it is being calculated and on what basis is being selected, I hope is crystal clear to all of you. Now let us take the understanding of specificity one level further. As you can see, I have an HTML page rendered behind me, which has a simple header followed by an unordered list, which further contains 3 hyperlinks inside them, right? If I click on W3 schools, it takes me to W3 schools. If I click on CodePen, it takes me to CodePen. Similarly, if I go back and I click on CSS Battle, it takes me to another unique website called a CSS Battle, and I urge you to visit these 3 websites because they are amazing tools for you to take your CSS to the next level. Anyways, the thing is, we are talking about specificity. Now watch it. If I show you the code associated with this is the code, very straightforward. What do I have here? Inside my body, there is a header where I have told best websites for front-end development, an unordered list. Inside the 3 li elements, inside each li, I have an anchor tag, right? This is W3 schools, href is its link. CodePen, its URL. CSS Battle, its URL. As simple as that. Of course, there is no styling. You can see the style tag is empty. But if I convert this into a document object model, the tree looks like this, right? Now what I want to do is, I want to style every list element in a certain way. It could be in any way, maybe just background color I want to change. There are many ways in which you can write selectors, right? But see, the first way in which I'm going to write the selector is like this, wherein I will tell, hey, please go and select an anchor tag by telling A. Next I will tell not just any anchor tag, select such anchor tags which have an href attribute. So I will tell href like this. Any confusion? Now I must select only such anchor tags which are list elements, which means what I will do is, I am going to come to the left side of it, right? And I will just leave a space and then take the cursor there. I will tell ul, right? Select unordered list. Inside unordered list, further there are descendants which are li. So I will tell li, right? Li I will tell. Ul space li I will tell. Like this. Which means what am I selling? Select unordered list. Space means go inside it, find its descendant li's. Now what is the relationship between li and href? It can be descendant also. It can be direct child also. So what I will do is, in between that I will just put a greater than like this. So see, what I am trying to say is, if I show it to you in the documentary, if I tell ul, it will select ul. If I tell descendant li's, it will select all descendant li's. Inside that it will go find the direct child, which is a, and that a has an href attribute. Of course, all a's have href attributes, hence all of them will be selected. I will put the declaration. Inside the declaration, what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to tell background color and I'm going to tell orange like this. Now will this work? 100% it will. If I take you back to my code output window, and if in case I just refresh it, clearly you can notice like this, it gets selected. All of their background colors have become orange. Wonderful. Now what could be the specificity of such a CSS selector? Let's calculate that, shall we? For that, I need to take you to my specificity calculator, and there if in case I just go copy this selector, and if in case I go paste it there, clearly you can notice that this is how the specificity has been calculated. Now on what basis has this specificity been calculated? If you ask me, it's very simple. Start. Was there any ID here? No. So 0. Was there any class here? No. But is there any pseudo-class here? No. But is there any attribute here? Yes, see, you have only told a of href like this. This is an attribute. Like this, how many attribute selectors are there? Only one, which means 1 is added. Next, I will come down, and if in case you notice, is there elements here? Yes, elements are there. UL is the first element, so 1 is added. After which Li is the second element, 2 is added. After which A is the third element, 3 is added. For every element present, 1 is added to this box, which means the specificity is 0, 1, 3, like this. Any confusion till this point of time? Wonderful. Now, let me write another selector which selects the same thing. So what I will do is I will come below that and I am going to tell, hey listen, please select UL, right? And or maybe I will remove that UL. I will just tell Li and I will tell a space. Space means descendant. And there I am going to tell maybe A like this, right? And there in A, I am going to put attribute selector, I will tell it should have href. And this href should start with HTTPS, I will tell. Now, if you have been revising, you know, starts with means leave a space and I am going to tell caret symbol. Then caret symbol like this, I will tell, as you can see. Then I will put an assignment. This means please check if the href starts with. Starts with what? Within double quotes, I will tell HTTPS like this. HTTPS. Any confusion till here? This is the exact value I am searching for. It should start with this exact value. Rest of it can be anything. Anyways, next I will come outside the attribute selector and I will tell, hey listen, even if select Li, find its descendant called as A, and this A should start the href value, the href attribute should start with HTTPS. Not only that, this A must compulsorily be the first child, I will tell. Now, how do you do that? That is where pseudo-classes come into the picture. I will put a colon and there I will tell first hyphen child. Again, all this in great detail I have spoken to you. I will put a declaration. There I will tell background color is violet like this. Wonderful. Now, I want you to understand this will select all. This will also select all, because after all, Li has a descendant A, every Li has a descendant A. All of them are anchor tags, all of them start with href, HTTPS, and all of them are the first child. Yes, all of them are the first child because they are the only child. The only child is also the first child. Any confusion till here? So, what I am trying to say is that this selector, both are matching. But which one will get selected? Very simple. It comes down to specificity. So, I will just copy that selector and I will paste it in my calculator and let us see what is the value it will give. So, I will go there and if in case I just paste it there, then you can see automatically this is calculated. And on what basis is this calculated? If you ask me, simple. Is there any ID in my selector? No. So, 0. Is there any class in my selector? No. But is there a pseudo class in my selector? Yes. One pseudo class is there, so 1 is added. Is there any attribute in my selector? Yes, one attribute is there, so 1 is added. So it becomes 2. Next, are there any elements in my selector? Yes. Li is the first element, 1 is added. Followed by next is A, 2 is added. Is there any other element? No. Which means 0, 2, 2 is the specificity of this selector. Now tell me, if in case I compare, which one has higher value if you ask me? Now if I compare, from the left I will start. The first column if I start comparing, all of them are zeros because none of them had IDs. So it proceeds. When the second column I compare, obviously the first selector has 1 whereas the second selector has 2. 2 is greater than 1, which means comparison stops because it found a greater value, and hence that selector is selected, which is nothing but my second selector, and hence now every anchor tag should be colored violet like this. So watch it. If in case I go back and if in case I refresh it, there you go, it's all violet. So I hope you are getting an idea of how specificity works. Now let me show you another really interesting thing, right? So I'll just go here and I'm going to write one more selector. So watch that like this. Now this is how I'm going to write the selector. First I have the body tag, so I'll tell body, right? Now inside the body there are descendants, all of them are descendants, so I will leave a space. And I will tell find the descendant UL. This is a descendant only, so UL I will tell. Next, in UL, all these LIs are children, direct children. So I will leave a space and I will put greater than. And I will leave a space and I will tell LI. So go inside body, find its descendant UL, and go inside UL, find all its direct child LI, which is all of them. Now all these anchor tags are direct children of li, which means I will leave a space, put a greater than, and I will tell a like this, right? That's it. I will write it this way. Now if in case I write it this way, and if in case I put a declaration like this, there I will tell background color something else, I will give cyan or something like this. If I do this, what could be the specificity of this? Very simple. I will just copy this, paste it there, and if in case I do that, watch it all of you, this is the specificity. Now what does the specificity mean? Is there any IDs? No, so 0. Is there any classes? No. Is there any pseudo-classes? No. Is there any attributes? No, so that is also 0. But there are 4 elements, so it is 4. Now this is the specificity, 0, 0, 4. Now I will do the comparison. If I do the comparison, obviously even now what is going to win is the second selector, because that only has the highest specificity. So what I am trying to tell you here is that irrespective of how greater this value is, right, element, it could be 4, it could be 400, I could keep writing elements. But the way specificity works is it starts comparing column wise, and if in any column mismatch happens, it sees which is greater and that is what is selected. Maybe the next column, if it checked, this could have the highest value, but it really does not matter. So I hope till this point of time how specificity works is crystal clear for all of you. However, so far whatever selectors we wrote, all of them had different specificity values. But what if a situation arises where 2 or more selectors have the same specificity value? Then what could happen? Let me show you. Let me give you another example wherein I am going to write selectors in such a manner that 2 selectors are going to select the same element and are also going to have the same specificity. Now what do I mean by this? Very simple. If I convert this into a document object model, what I want to do is I want to select only this first anchor tag A. This is the only thing I want to select. Now there are multiple ways in which you can select it, but see how I'm going to write the selector. First what I will do is I will go inside this first anchor tag, assign it a class, and I will call this class as first A like this. I will just call it as first A. Any confusion till here? Wonderful. Now based on the class I can select. So I will go there and I will tell A is the element, the class it should belong to is dot first A like this. And there I will tell background color orange. This is my first CSS rule, guys. Now the same element I would like to select again using a different CSS selector. So what I will do is I will press enter, and next here I will come and I am going to tell, listen, please select an anchor tag A which has an attribute, so attribute selector I will put, which has an attribute called as href, so I will tell href, which has an exact value, so I will tell assignment. Which is that value? I will put double quotes, I will leave a space before and after assignment always. I remove the spaces in between this. And which is that exact value if you ask me, I will go and copy this value as it is and I will go paste it there, because this is the value, W3 schools. Now I will go put a declaration there and I will tell background color cyan like this. Any confusion till here? So you know this will also select the first anchor tag, this will also select the first anchor tag. Now which one will get selected? That is the question. Which one will win? Which one will dominate over the other rule if you ask me? For that you better start calculating the specificity, and which better way to do it than bringing up the specificity calculator. So if in case I copy my first CSS selector and if I paste it inside the specificity calculator, it has calculated for me and it is telling it is 0, 1, 1. Why is it 0, 1, 1? Is there any ID in the selector? No. So ID is 0. Does it have any class in the selector? Yes. How many classes? 1 class. So it is 1. Does it have any elements in the selector? Yes. Which element? A. And there is only one element, so 1. Any confusion till this point of 1? 0, 1, 1 is the specificity of the first selector. What about the second selector? So I am going to copy that and I am going to paste it there again. The moment I do this, it has calculated the specificity and it is exactly the same, which is 0, 1, 1. And why is that? There is no ID, so it is 0. Next, there is no class. There is an attribute. How many attributes? 1 attribute. So there is 1. Any confusion till this point of time? And of course there is an element which is A, so it is 1. So it is 0, 1, 1 itself. I hope till this point of time it is clear, which means both select the same element, both have the same specificity. Now which one would win is the bigger question. Curious case, isn't it? Why don't we just go execute and see which one gets selected, and then I'll tell you why. If I go and just refresh it, clearly you can see what has 1 is this rule, which is the background color cyan and not orange. Though both are selecting the same element, though both of them have the same specificity, this one won because whenever two selectors have the same specificity, then their order of occurrence is taken into consideration, and whichever comes last in the order of occurrence is always selected. And tell me which one is the one which is coming last in the order of occurrence? That is this one, and that is why this is selected. So I hope when specificity is different, how it works is clear. When specificity is the same, how it works is clear. Now let us take things forward and take few more examples to better understand specificity. Alright, now please focus. I told you that specificity is always represented using a combination of 4 values, each represented using the placeholder that I previously discussed. But I asked you to ignore that red color placeholder which stands for inline. Now let me bring that also into the picture to show you what that first placeholder actually means and what difference it brings to the specificity value. So if I take you to the previous example which I just coded, very simple, I've written 2 selectors, both selecting the same element. Not only that, both of them have the same specificity, in which case the one which is last in occurrence was selected. That was clearly established. But you know there are 3 ways to apply CSS. The first way is called as inline, the second way is called as internal, the third way is called as external CSS. Now what if for this anchor tag I apply inline CSS, then what happens? So watch it, I'm going to come down and here inside that anchor tag I'll press enter, and there I'm going to add another attribute called as style. That's how you apply inline CSS. There I'm going to give my property value pair which is background color, and I'm going to make it as violet. Now you must understand, if I scroll it slightly on top, you can see there are 3 selectors. This is a selector, this is a selector, this is also a selector. The only difference is these 2 selectors are in the internal CSS, this is an inline CSS. Now what I want you to understand is, the moment you apply inline CSS, how is the specificity calculated? Well my friend, this is the specificity value of the first selector, this is the specificity value of the second selector. But I'd asked you to ignore that first placeholder, which is that red color placeholder which stands for inline. Because these two are not inline and they are internal, that value automatically was always 0. But for this third selector, which is an inline selector, there that red color placeholder has a value, because the moment you apply inline CSS, the value becomes 1. Because there is no class, there is no element, there is no ID, all the other boxes are zeros. Now, when comparison is done, clearly you can see it starts from the first column. There, which is the one which has the highest value, is nothing but the one which is the inline selector which has 1. Obviously, that gets selected. And the moment inline CSS come, it wins over all other rules, irrespective of whether it is internal or external in nature. Which means what is going to be applied is this rule. And specificity wise also it is the highest. I hope you are able to think. Now if in case I take you to the output window and if in case I refresh, then clearly you can notice it is the violet color which has been applied as the background. Why? Because this is inline CSS, and inline has the highest specificity over everything else. So I hope what that red color box stood for is clear to you, and that only activates, only comes into picture when inline CSS is used. That way, if you look at it from the perspective of being specific in nature, which is more specific? You telling A, go select an anchor tag with a class called as first child, or A with a href attribute which is equal to this, or in that element telling its styling property. Obviously, this is the most specific that you can get. So obviously, this is selected. Any which way, if I take you back to my HTML editor, there is one more thing I want to introduce right now, which is, let us assume that you write a selector and you want that selector to be applied no matter what. When I say no matter what, it should not matter whether there are other selectors which is selecting the same element. It should not matter whether there are selectors with higher specificity than what you are telling, but at any cost what you are telling should get applied. How are we going to do this? Let me give you an example. I'll just go inside style, and after the last selector I will press enter, and there what I'm going to do is I'm going to write one more selector where I'll just tell A like this. right? And I will put a selector there. I will put the declaration. Inside that I will tell background color, and I will make that background color as probably red like this. Now obviously this is least specific in nature, but I don't care. I want this to be applied to all my anchor tags. How are we going to do this? Well, it's very simple, my friend. You must convey to CSS that CSS, irrespective of the specificity, please apply this. How do you do that? Well, tell CSS that this is important. How will you tell it is important? Simple. After the property value, the value which is red, I will leave a space, and then there I will tell important like this, right? But this is not the right syntax. You must always go and before the I put an exclamation like this. The moment I put an exclamation, color changes. Now those of you who come from traditional programming backgrounds will have a good habit which is very bad in CSS, which is reading this exclamation as not. You will read it as not important. Now when you write important with an exclamation, you are not telling CSS that this is not important. You are telling the right opposite, which is this is very important. Please apply this rule. That is what you are trying to say, which means all other rules, irrespective of whether it is inline in nature, whether it is internal, which has higher specificity, lower specificity, all this is dissolved. And blindly CSS is going to take this rule and apply, and because you have just told A, it is going to apply to all the anchor tags, which means if in case I take you to my output window and if I refresh it, you can see everything becomes red because this is important. So what I am trying to tell you is, as a CSS developer, sometimes you will have huge style sheets with hundreds of selectors inside. And not only one style sheet, you might have multiple CSS files which you have linked into a single HTML page, right? Now it becomes very difficult for you to go and find which has higher specificity. Are there multiple selectors which is going to apply on the same element? All this is a very difficult job to do. But at the same time, you know that this is the property which must be applied. So the easiest way to do that is to mark it as important. The moment you tell important, it gets applied like this. Any confusion till this point of time? Wonderful. Now that you understood important, let us go further and try to write selectors which have the same element which it will select, which will have the same specificity, and which are both important in nature. In that case, how does CSS work? Let me show you. Now to better understand what I am telling you, please watch it. There are two unimportant selectors. When I say unimportant, important has not been attached to it. Doesn't mean that they are not important at all. Not like that, right? Also I have an inline CSS. As you can see, if I scroll down, this is my inline CSS. Now the thing is, the moment you tell something is important, automatically it is going to override all the other guys, whether it is internal in nature, whether it is inline, or whether it is external in nature. However, what if I have multiple important selectors? To give you a better example, I am just going to duplicate this important selector, and because I don't want to duplicate, I want this to be a different selector. Here what I am going to do is I am going to change this background color to grey like this. Wonderful. Now I want you to understand on what basis is CSS going to select. To better give you a clarity, please understand, these are all the selectors which I have. Two unimportant selectors, one inline and two important. Let me categorize these guys as unimportant, these guys as important. Now the moment you have important selectors, none of these selectors which is going to match the same elements as the important selectors is ever going to win the battle, which means I'll just remove them from the equation. Which means who is there in the battle still is these important selectors. Now between these important selectors, how will CSS select which one to select? If you ask me, now CSS goes back and tries to calculate the specificity. The specificity of the first important selector is 0, 0, 1 because after all it has only one element in it. In fact, even the second one is 0, 0, 1 because it also has one element. Wonderful. If you look at it clearly, you know that the specificity is equal. If specificity is equal, based on specificity it cannot decide which one it has to select. If specificity is equal, then the next rule it comes into the picture, wherein it sees which is the selector which comes last in the order of occurrence, and that is nothing but the second important selector, which means that is the winner of the CSS selector battle, and that is what is going to be applied as a rule. To give you a better idea, if I go and if in case I refresh, you can see it is this one which got selected. Beautiful concept, isn't it? So, if you have multiple important selectors are grouped together, their specificity is calculated. If based on specificity the conflict cannot be resolved, then the second rule comes into the picture, wherein the order of occurrence is taken into consideration. I hope this is also crystal clear to each and every one of you. Out of the three words that I wanted you to understand, which is specificity and inheritance followed by cascade, specificity is something we have explored in depth, and I hope each and every one of you understood it. Now it's time for us to charge forward and understand what is meant by inheritance in the context of CSS, and if you are very curious about it, stay tuned. My dear friend, we were discussing about these three topics. And in that, specificity is something which I am sure you have understood with crystal clear clarity, which means now it is time for me to talk to you about the next property, which is inheritance. Now, what could you mean by inheritance in CSS? Let me show you a practical example. I have some simple HTML code in front of me, and if you look at the code clearly, inside the body there is one division. Inside that division there is one H1, H2, H3, and the first H1 has Java, Python, JavaScript. There is another division which has another 3 header tags inside it, where I have Spring, Django and Node.js, right? H1, H2, H3, H1, H2, H3, this is in one division, this is in another division. Wonderful. Clearly you can see there is absolutely no styling. In fact, if I show you the output, you will notice that it is plain black and white HTML. That's all it is. There is no styling. Wonderful. Now I want to apply styling, and through this explain the concept of inheritance, so watch it all of you. Now basically, this HTML code, if I convert it into a tree-like structure called as the document object model, this is how it looks like. So the body has 2 children, which is the 2 divisions, and each division further has 3 children in the form of H1, H2, H3, H1, H2, H3. Wonderful. Now watch it. I am going to apply styling to this division, the first division. And there is already a class assigned to this div. So using class selector, I'm going to style it. And let us use internal CSS itself, which means I'm going to go there and I will just tell style tag, and inside that style tag, I will tell dot div1, because that is the name of the class. And inside the declaration, I'm just going to tell, hey, listen, I want the color to be red like this. I have told red. Now think about it. Who am I selecting through this selector? It is the div tag. And I am telling, hey, this div tag should have color called as red. But I have not written any selector for H1, H2, H3. But because H1, H2 and H3 is the child of div, is the child of this div which is belonging to a class called as div1, whatever property value I gave for div gets inherited into its children, which means H1, H2 and H3 also is going to get this property value pair, which is color being red. Which means without explicitly styling H1, H2, H3, they will be colored red, but not the second division, because I have not styled it yet. To prove to you that this inheritance will happen, let me execute and show you. If I take you there and if I refresh it, clearly you can see it has become red in color. So inheritance is quite simple. Similarly, if I now go and style my second division, so I will just go there and I will tell, I'll select using the class, so dot div2. And there inside that I will tell color. And I'm going to make that color as maybe orange like this. Right? So I am selecting a div which belongs to a class called as div2. And I'm telling that should be color orange. But because of inheritance, all its children are also going to inherit this property, and it is also going to be orange like that. Really, you might ask, watch it. If I go there and refresh, clearly you can see. So it works. Perfectly it works. So I hope what is meant by inheritance is crystal clear to all of you. But now that you understood inheritance exists, inheritance has certain conditions associated with it. What are those conditions? Let me show you. Now that you guys understood about inheritance, let me tell you, my friend, everything that you give to the parent as CSS property values is not going to be inherited to the children. Few things will not participate in inheritance. What do you mean, you might ask? Let me practically show you. I'm going to go to my first division there, and after that color red, I'm going to add one more property value pair, wherein I'm going to tell in my first division, not the second. There I will go, and yeah, after color red, I will tell I want to give a border, right? So I will use the border property. And I'm going to give the three values associated with border, which is first the thickness, so I'll tell 2 pixels. Next, what type of border, so I'll tell dotted. Next, color is black. Like this I will tell. Any confusion till this point of time? Wonderful. Now what I'm trying to say is, see, the div which I'm selecting should have a border like that. According to inheritance, that same border property should be inherited by the 3 children also, which means h1, h2, h3 also should have a similar border. Let us see whether that happens. If I take you to my output window, and if in case I refresh it, definitely a border has come. It is 2 pixels dotted and black, but only for the division, not for the h1, h2, h3 inside the div, not for the children of div. It did not get inherited, right? So please understand why it did not get inherited, because sometimes certain properties should not be inherited automatically, because it might change the complete look. Because assume border got inherited, then this is how it would look. Maybe I did not want these h1, h2, h3 to have border. I wanted only the division to have a border. That is why, like this, h1, h2, h3 does not have that border. Border is not inherited, right? As a matter of fact, there are few things which will never get inherited. Let me show you what they are. So if I take you back, what you must understand is h1, h2, h3 did not get the border. Like that, all these properties do not get inherited. Padding, borders, margins, etc. All these things do not participate in inheritance. So I hope it is crystal clear to you. Certain things it is better that they don't automatically get inherited. Only if I explicitly tell, then it must happen, right? So few things do not get inherited. This is the second point you must understand. Now there is one more point which you must be crystal clear about when learning about inheritance. What is that? Let me show you. Now my friend, the third and most important point that you must remember when dealing with inheritance in CSS is, please watch this. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to write another selector here. So I'll go inside my style tag, and there I'm going to select this h1 tag. See, this h1 tag I'm going to select. And if you look at this h1 tag has a class. So based on the class I will select it. So I will just go there and I will tell dot first h1 like this. Dot first h1, and inside that what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell, hey, color must be teal like this. Okay. Now you must understand, this is the document object model, right? There you must understand that this h1 has actually 2 properties which wants to apply on the same element. One is the red color which it inherited from its parent. The other is the teal color which this selector wants to apply. Now the question is, which among these two will get applied? Well, whenever multiple selectors apply to the same element, this conflict is resolved using what? Specificity. So let us go check what is the specificity value of these two selectors to decide which will win. So if I copy this first one and if I just paste it in my specificity calculator, clearly you can see 0, 1, 0 is the value, and I will not again explain why, because you've already understood. There is one class, so 1 has come. No ID, so 0, no element, so 0. So this is the element, and there this is the selector, this is the specificity value. Any confusion till here? Wonderful. Now the next one I will be applying, which is this dot div one. I will go there, and if in case I apply, same specificity value, because after that also is one class, which means the second selector also has the same specificity value. Now if in case I compare both of them, specificity is equal. Now if specificity is equal, then how is the conflict resolved? It is resolved by looking at the order of occurrence of the selectors. Please look at this and tell me, in the order of occurrence, which is the selector which is coming later? What is coming later is dot div 1, which means which is the property which should be applied? That is red. Will it be red? Let us go execute and check. If I take you to my execution window, and if in case I just refresh this, you can notice like this, it has become teal. but based on the order, it should have been red, but it is teal. Why, you might ask? Well, that is what you must understand, because the rules of specificity change when inheritance is involved. To explain better, watch this all of you. These are those two selectors which applied on the same element, which is h1. But you must understand, whenever some property is inherited from the parent, such a property has no specificity. So I am striking it off. Understand correctly. Whenever a property is inherited from the parent, it has no specificity. Right? If it has no specificity, it is not even going to compete with the other selectors which have specificity. Which means the choice is obvious. This is the selector which is going to be selected. The order, nothing matters, because this was inherited, whereas this is directly selecting it. Inherited properties have no specificity, and is why teal was applied, though teal comes first and not later in the order of occurrence of the selectors. So I hope the 3 points associated to inheritance is crystal clear to all of you. Out of the 3 words that you are supposed to understand, specificity is clear, inheritance is clear, only thing remaining is cascade. But why should I re-explain cascade to you? Because if in case you remember, in this particular video, we had understood what is the meaning of cascade and why CSS is called as cascading style sheets. For a quick reminder, I urge you to go watch the video again. However, I hope all these 3 points are crystal clear to all of you. Let's move forward and understand the next topic.